Hello and welcome to another stream after the break I took from for happy although the New Year's. Um Good to be back. Like I wanted to start streaming again, to be honest. Like I really wanted to get back into it as soon as I could, but I had a lot of fun too in the holidays, and I hope you had a lot of fun too. It was pretty cool. I wrecked my sleep schedule again, like more so than it even was already. And yeah, here I am again. Here I am again. So welcome to the stream, and hi, that one guy. How are your holidays? How did you enjoy them? Were they good? Were they all right? Okay, so for today, what are we gonna be doing today? Let me put my virtual background on again, and here, since main. So the last thing, let me go to Notion first, because otherwise you're not going to like get the full context of what is happening here. And that one guy you say, I was so sad, so lucky. So lucky daily dose of Roman. Well, I'm back, so you won't be sad anymore. Yeah, but I'm back. I'm back. Yeah. And how long do they give you for breaks, or are you currently in a break of some sort? Because I know some people are still, for example, students probably are still, or at least in where I live, are still in a break, like in summer break here. So how does that work for you? Okay, so yeah, the last thing we were doing before the New Year break was basically, does this have any audio? Yeah, I think it does. Yeah, so it was basically making that when you go into one of these zones, and I'll show you. Yeah, I don't know if you can tell, but there's like a little like path going towards this zone, you know? So it gets updated here. I don't know why this didn't get updated here, but yeah, I don't know if you can see. Let me make it just a little bit bigger so you can see. It is the maximum I can make it. Okay. So there's like a little path. Probably I'll need to change the colors and stuff, but there is a little path that is going to take you to the closest, or well, it's gonna take you to the zone, the zone that is activated, so you can go and fight the enemies. And when you're inside the zone, that render, that line, just doesn't show up anymore. See? No, I started my homeschool. Don't tell. Okay, okay. And yeah, so the other thing that we added before, like I'm gonna go do like a quick recap, because it's been like a week. There are some things being changed in terms of like post-processing. Like you can see the colors, the screen gets like a little bit closer to red. So if I get some more health, for example, let me see, like this, it's gonna progressively get closer to the regular normal color, you know. But yeah, it does have like a red tint when you go outside of the zone, and also when you get damaged. So if I go here, for example, you'll see I start getting like a different color. Now, that's like already done. I think I have to tweak a couple of stuff there, but the main thing now is basically having the trail render, that line that tells you where the zone is, display a little bit better, like maybe doing a texture or something. And game dev Gary is here and said, well, it's a hello hand. What's up, game dev Gary? I hope I didn't butcher your name. How is it going? How is it going? Okay, so here. First, give me a second. Okay, so here, what do I want to do? Let's go first into, I think I have it on managers. It's probably on wave manager. It's the guide line render. So that's the thing. So basically this line render, I can control the color of it and how it looks with just like changing the color. But I would also like to have another like material, a scrolling material. And Cheese Guy is here and says, "Hey Roman, I was absent on some of the recent streams. What did you do over the last 2 weeks?" Good to have you here, Cheese. No worries, I'll do a quick recap for you. And Game Dev Gary, you say, "Thanks for the warm welcome. Excited to learn more about your game." Well, thank you for being here and joining, Game Dev Gary. Really appreciate it. And I'll show you. So yeah, quick recap of what we did. Well, last week I was like on break, like for New Year's, but the week before we did a bunch of stuff. I could go into GitHub and tell you exactly what we did, because it's pretty hard to remember everything when you're doing a lot of stuff. So I think last week that I worked on this was basically like making the flying enemies pretty much, or completing their behavior. So if I go into this zone, you'll see, and there's some things to tweak about them too, like they spawn a lot more than they should, so I need to tweak that, but they work, so you should be able to see them right now. And oh yeah, there's another problem here where they spawn in a place where they shouldn't, so I need to fix that too, but I can show you where they are. So they're here, for example, and oh yeah, these post-processing effects, when you get out of the zone, you're gonna like get like this effect, so you know you shouldn't be outside and you're going to get progressively larger damage, so you need to stay in the zone. So that's like a different system than it was before, because it was pretty hard to tell what you had to do and why were you getting penalized before when getting out of the zone, when you didn't have any feedback to know why. So yeah, these guys, I really like how they work now, the flying enemies. You can attack them and whatever, and they work like, well, they're going to try and get very close to you, and they're going to start firing at you whatever projectile they have, you know? There are 3 types currently. There's a fire one, there's an ice one that it's not currently here because they only appear, well, fire ones only appear on fire stones, and the normal ones appear everywhere, but the fire one only appears in fire zones, and the ice one only appears in snow. So yeah. And Cheese, you say no, I can't play outside of the zone anymore. Yeah, you'll have to stick to the zone because otherwise it gets super easy, you know. Though the flying enemies are cool. Well, I'm glad you like them. I'm glad you like them. We spent a lot of time making them, and yeah, they're pretty cool. The only thing that they are missing though is like they are not blinking, and that's something I like them to, I would like them to blink, because every other enemy, I don't know if you can tell, but if you see the player blinks sometimes, the enemies do too, even though it's a very small detail, but I like those details because I think it's what makes the game be a little bit more alive, you know. So yeah, let's see. First of all, I think I'm going to go into, yeah, I'm gonna go into this gradient editor, and here is where I can control basically how that line renderer is going to look like. And I'm gonna go one more time there to show you what it looked like. So yeah, here you see this line. It looks a little bit wonky. It needs some tweaking, but this is just like a guide for you to get basically close to the zone, you know. So yeah, if I go here, for example, it's gonna like always show me the path towards the zone. And GameDev Gary says, agree, the flying enemies are cool. Well, I'm very glad you like them. And I think I don't know when, but probably in like 2 weeks or 3 weeks most at most. I think the another version will drop. It's gonna be on itch. It's gonna be free. So there will be more changes there. I don't know if it will be version 0.2 or it will be version 0.1.3 or 4. I think we're at this point. But yeah, there's gonna be like some more content in a couple of weeks that you can play and you can try. Mijo is here. You said, "Damn it, I went to the bathroom and now I'm late." Hello, people. Don't worry, dude. It's always good to have you here, and I'm glad you could make it. So how's it going? How's it going? Yeah. So I'm gonna modify the gradient. I would like the gradient to be a little bit closer here to, let's see, because I have it's pretty hard to see because it's very small, but I can modify this to be just a little bit to here, so the gradient when it starts like so basically when it's very close to you, the line renderer, I don't want it to be super opaque, you know, because like it should only work as a guide, but it shouldn't be like if it's fully opaque everywhere, it feels like you're forced to go immediately, and I don't want that. I want you to be able to I want you to be able to go anywhere you want, but you always know where to go to start the new wave, you know. So in here, I'm going to make this thing like halfway here is also going to like start disappearing too. So yeah, like this, I'd say. I'm gonna delete this part. And let's see how it looks. Because I don't want the like everything to look like everything to be fully opaque. So let's go in here, and I'm gonna go, let's say 50. It's gonna be set to alpha of 0, and I'm gonna put it, I think 60. 60 is all right. So then when I prefer having this or modifying this thing on plate mode, just because I can see the changes instantly, and whenever I have them, whenever I'm finished with this, I can just copy the color and I pause the game and I place the color back, so it's gonna be updated. Okay, so we're, yeah, you see when you're super close, it gets like kind of loses opacity, but if you're here, like it's gonna show you. correctly, you know? So I think that's good. I think I have to modify the oh, I forgot to to save the color. So I guess I'll have to do it again. But it's okay. I know where how I want it to look. So let's try and get a stone that is not as close to me, so I can like not get into it immediately, and I have more time to like modify this. Okay, so I'm gonna put this at 40 here. So in oops, what happened? What happened there? 40. Yeah, that. It's gonna be fully opaque. Where is this? 40. Yeah. This 40 is gonna be fully opaque, and then towards 60 is gonna start going towards 0 of alpha. And here I'm just gonna delete this part, and I don't need this anymore. So that's it. Now I need to see how it looks, so I can tweak this more. Oh, also I wanted to take this just a little bit closer to 10, like that. I think that's good enough. Good enough. I can tell where it's telling me to go. Now I'm gonna press here, right click, and I'm gonna copy this. So when I pause the game, I can, you see it resets here. I can just paste whatever I had there. Oh, and another thing, like you remember last stream? I don't know if you were here or everyone was here. I know Mijo was. So yeah, the thing is, I had a problem with StreamerBot, with which is the chat that I use normally. So now I have a really weird setup where I have like one chat for horizontal and one chat for vertical, and they're like super annoying. But yeah, I have to fix that. Okay, now that we have the color, let's do the most important thing. So I need I need both a texture and I need a shader. So let's start with the shader first, because we have some textures we can try to use. And Miho will say, yeah, that sounds complicated. What's wrong with the combined chat? Um, Basically, StreamerBot, which is the thing that I use for the combined chat, just doesn't show up. Or just doesn't want to open. Like, I run the program and it closes instantly. I run it with administrator permission and everything, and it just goes, like, just doesn't want to open, basically. And that one guy just say, "Hey, I'm back. I was finishing up my school." Well, well, I'm glad you're back. I'm glad you're back and you're taking your schoolwork seriously. Mijo, you say reinstall should do the trick. Yeah, I think it should. It should probably, if I reinstall it, should be good. I just didn't reinstall it now because I, like, basically when I noticed again that it wasn't working, it was like 10 or 15 minutes before the stream, so I didn't want to mess anything else up. But for tomorrow, I probably will have it fixed. Just reinstalling it. Okay, so I searched up some, because I've done some scrolling shader before, but it's better if I just have the reference here so I don't forget any. I don't forget anything from here. So this is basically um how the scrolling texture shaders go. So I'm just gonna basically do the same that they're doing, and I think this is HDR. Like I think it's multiplying colors. So I don't mind. I don't mind. I was gonna make a simpler one, but I think this has HDR integrated, so I'm just gonna follow that. So let's. I'm just gonna put it here. I have it on the other monitor, and no, because actually I won't be able to see what you write. But okay, where can I put it? Yeah, maybe here it will be all right. I can put it here for a sec. Okay. Yeah, actually, I'm just going to I'm just gonna put it here. Um, yeah, let's start with creating a new shader. I have my folders, my shaders folder here. I'm going to create. What do I want to create? I want to create a shader graph, and I'm using URP, so I'm going to use unlit shader graph. I think so, because I don't want to receive any lighting from the environment, so I'm going to start with unlit shader. So this is gonna be what? This is gonna be my scrolling texture shader. And I have another one that also has like a scrolling. So I guess I could just rub myself there. And Game Dev Gary says, till next time, was a pleasure to have you here, Game Dev Gary, and I hope I can see you soon in another stream. So take care and bye bye. Okay, so here in I'm just going to open the other one that I have for scrolling texture. But this one, I don't know if it uses any. I think this one is a little bit different because it uses like gradient noise. Yeah, this is not the same thing. So I'm going to not use this. I'm gonna discard whatever changes I did in HDR, color, texture. Yeah, that's I'm not going to use that either. So scrolling texture shader. Let's open this. Now, what's the first thing that I need? Let's check that. The first thing that I need is, let me open this. Okay, so I need, I don't know if you can see this. I need a main speed, so that's just a float, should be a float. So let's create the variables first. Let's do a float, and it's gonna be scroll speed, really. What else do I need? I need a texture properly. And that one guy you say, how was y'all's New Year's? For me, it was pretty nice. I had a lot of time to hang out with my friends and family. So yeah, I had a lot of fun. And the other great days that I took also from like a break, I went hiking for the first time with friends. So that was very, very awesome. And I wrecked my sleep schedule again, but I have it kind of fixed now. So how was yours? How was yours? Mijo say I can fully not see the system tray icon. This black blob on my screen is annoying. What black blob? What do you have going on there, Mijo? Okay, so the texture. Let's open here. It's gonna be a texture 2D. So it's gonna be main text. And I call this main text just because I think if you call them this, it's gonna get automatically recognized by like that's the default name for a texture in any shader. So it's gonna get recognized. Now I needed another variable. What's the other variable? Yeah, color. So here I'll do color, and this is gonna be, well, what color do I want to use in here? Mm, well, I'm just gonna call it color. That's the default name for any like main color. And that one guy you say mine was good. I kind of stayed up till like 3, even though my New Year's resolution was fix your sleep schedule. I failed one day on day one low. Well, um there's still things to do. Like you still have time to fix it. So I guess you're okay. You're okay. It doesn't matter if it's broken right now. You can fix it and have a functional or your desired sleep schedule in a week. It takes a little bit of time, and it's easy to break it too. And Miho, you say the liquid crystals are rotated on in bad ways. Some random damage caused it, and it's all rotated the wrong way in that area, so it's a black blob now. Liquid crystals. Mm, I don't know. The context. I need more info to understand what you're talking about, Mijo. No, it's a black blob. Um, Also, the displays are funky. So you have liquid crystals on your display? That's what you're talking about? Oh, damn. Um, let's see. Okay, so now we have the variables in here. So yeah, let's start doing that. I need to multiply the time and the main speed, so I'll do that. Let's open and create a multiply. So I need the not the main texture, but the scroll speed. This is how I called my scrolling speed. So yeah, how fast is going to scroll. The texture is going to scroll. Now I need to multiply that by here. I think it's called time. It's just time. And I need to assign time here to this other one. And I'm going to close this and I'm going to make it a little bit bigger so it's a little bit easier for you guys to see. And that one guy says your display bad. And you only say look up localized liquid crystal disorientation. Let me look that up. Where do I have? Yeah, here. Localized liquid crystal disorientation. Disorientation. Do I look images of this? It's showing me some very mathematical looking pictures. I don't know if this is what you're talking about. Phase winding of a pneumatic liquid crystal. It's showing me like papers and stuff. Localized liquid crystal disorientation refers to specific regions within a liquid crystal. The organ alignment director breaks down, forming defects like disclini- disclinations, often triggered by external forces like light, flow, pattern surfaces, or chemical interactions, leading to unique optical physical properties used in displays, sensors, and actuators, like those seen in nanoparticle organization or dynamic light patterning. All of that is happening in your screen. Dude, skill issue probably. And Cheesy say, I'm working on an animation to my video and I decided to make a 5-second animation out of 3 separate, not looping frames. Let's see how it looks, or if it will work. And average LCD problems should have gotten an OLED. These guys say, yeah, chopping. I'm gonna chop me some localized liquid crystal disorientation. And then for some time now, I remember that using XD is not normal outside Poland. This feels so weird, and I think it's normal. I think it's normal. I've been using XD. Well, I don't use it, but I used to use it when I was younger. Like now, my texts are um very dry. My texts are very dry unless I can have gifs. If I have gifs, I can communicate better. Now, going back to this thing. Let's do. I hope this works because I got this thing from a forum where there was a problem with this. So I guess we'll just figure it out or something. Okay, so we need UV. UV is for like the normals of this. Let's go UV and what else? Here. So I'm going to add the UVs and to the multiplication. Let's do that. Add the UVs. Add. the UVs to the multiplication. So this and this. And I want to grab the main texture now. And I guess I'll grab a sample 2D, right? Yeah, sample texture 2D. So here's sample texture 2D. And I'm gonna grab the main texture in here. This is it. And here I have the UVs. And Cheesy say, well, but now it's old. It's not used these days outside Poland. But it's still pretty common there in Poland. Okay, so now that I have this, what's next? I need to grab the sample texture and the color and multiply them. And then also multiply the vertex color. Okay, multiply by color and vertex color. Multiply this. In here, RGBA. Here, the color. And the vertex color. I multiply 2. In here, let's put this here and here. Now, let's bring this a little bit back so we have more space to do more stuff. There's still some things that I need to add. Now I just need to split this and grab the alpha and separate it there so I can control it separately, I guess. Now let's just do the split here. I'm gonna pass the whole thing here, and I'm gonna pass well, I just need the alpha, and here I'll need to add other stuff because this is like only like unlit. It doesn't have any transparency. But I guess if I add transparency here, I can use the alpha of this towards the transparency. And yeah, this is just for the splitting. So I'm gonna pass the full thing there. And Mijo say, why would I widely use the internet mannerism be country specific? I don't know. Here, at least from people that I know, it's not very common anymore. Or at least it was common when I was younger, but not very much now. And Nepal is here, says, yo, what's up, Nepal? Good to have you here. How are you, man? Good to have you here. And Mijo will say, hello, thanks for a great time. You're very welcome, and thanks for joining, Nepal. Appreciate it. Cheesy say, yeah, in Poland, XD is very common. And it was commonly used around the world, but as far as I'm concerned, it's now considered old by most of the world. And Nepal is saying, I'll be honest, I don't have Valheim. It's just not for me. Yeah, I get it. Completely valid. And Arnav Dolly is here to says, hola, brother. What's up, Arnav? Welcome to the stream. How is it going, Arnav? And Nick is here too. Say Poland got access to the internet for the first time when it was popular back then in the old times. Oh, okay, that can explain why then. You say, who knows, maybe Polish people can actually make the XD face IRL. And EXP Bar is here too. What's up, EXP Bar? Good to have you here. How are your holidays for New Year's? I hope they were very good. And you say Happy New Year, Roman. I hope everyone had a good year for 2025. 2026 will be full of game dev and completed projects. Yes, that's the spirit. I hope so too. And I'm gonna do my best to have something you can play. And the best for your projects too. Nick, you say so. It's just kind of blended into culture. Hello, chat. And Nick, you say that means watch the same video about the topic. They think it's just a theory. Okay, so I was trying to make a scrolling texture shader here, a pretty simple one. So I just need to save this and let's try it out. I need to make a material to try this actually. So let's go into scene. Let's create a new material in here. So where could I put this material? Let's find the material for the folder first. Should be somewhere around here. Um, Somewhere around here. Resources. Blah blah blah. Prefabs. I'm going to just minimize whatever I'm not using. Yeah, materials here. Now, where could I put this? It's not part of the map. Not part of enemies. I'm just going to minimize everything that I don't need. Enemies. It's not part of the player either. Spells. I guess it could be part of visualizers. I'm just going to put it on visualizers. So let's do material, another material, and this is going to be the guideline render, or yeah, guideline underscore mat. That's gonna be the name. And a game theory. What exactly is game theory? Is about this channel, like how's the channel called with MatPat? The MatPat channel. The guy that is very widely known because he speaks about Final Fantasy Freddy's and game theories. Yeah, that's it. And you say Nepal? I know it involves a lot of math, but that's as far as my knowledge base goes. I don't know. I've seen some that doesn't include any math. You say nicked. A fun thing that's not related to games at all, actually. Analyzing strategic. Oh well, game theory. Well, I was I thought you were talking about MatPat. But yeah, game theory is like a whole. I don't know how to describe it really because it's like involves a lot of stuff. It's yeah, like more about simulations and mathematics. But well, there's plenty of videos if you want to learn about it. There, well, apart from books, there is probably a very good video about some parts of game theory in the channel called Veritasium. I don't know if you know the channel. It's a pretty big channel. Veritasium has some pretty interesting videos about game theory. And Nick, you say what's on the chopping block for Wizard game today, Roman? Yeah, let me tell you what we're going to be doing today. So I don't know if you remember, but last stream we were doing like finalizing finishing the penalty for the player getting outside of the zone. And the last thing we were tweaking was basically having that line that guides you towards the zone, you know. So that's what I'm doing, and for today I'm gonna be doing that. Basically, I want to have like a scrolling texture for that line that we have, and I can show you what we have right now. So this is what we have right now. No, with no. This doesn't have any material. This is just like the base material that Unity gives you. So you want to have like a custom material for this, so you always know where to go. Yeah, that's the last part of that task. And for today, let me tell you what we have. Let me tell you what are the other tasks for today, because that's just the first one. Now this thing, it was like a problem where well, here I have some screenshots that Mijo sent, or of messages from Mijo, and these are just things that I need to take care of, like with yeah, there's just some fixes here. I need to read this again, but yeah, some fixes. Also, indicator for low amount of enemies left. That's when you have like not a lot of enemies yet to kill, you're gonna get like an indicator of some kind. Then making the flying enemies spawn less often than the other ones, the humanoid ones. Creating a spawning function specific for flying enemies, so we can fix that problem where on some places on the map, the flying enemies spawn very weirdly, so they are like outside of the zone completely. I need to fix that. And just some other bug fixes that I can tell you about later if we get to solve them today. But yeah, those other ones that I mentioned are like the core of what we're going to be doing today. And yeah, if we get the time, we're gonna make them or solve them. If we don't, we're gonna make them tomorrow. And for tomorrow, we have other stuff like doing the settings menu, making a boss, and other stuff. Yeah, but that's it for today. And let me read you that one guy. You say, Roman, have you ever collaborated with anyone? Because someone found my email from my GitHub and emailed me, and I don't know what to do. Um, I have collaborated, not from anyone in the community, but I have collaborated with some. Well, back when I was in university, I collaborated with some of my colleagues there. Wasn't well, it was okay. It was okay. And I collaborated with other people when I left university, and that was awful. That was the worst experience ever. I got traumatized. I don't want to work with people anymore. No, no, I'm just kidding. But yeah, it wasn't the best experience. Yeah, I could steal the blend guard line. Pretty much, I could do it. You're struggling with it, and you say, I remember you struggling with it while I was gone. Yeah, I'm on my way of making GTA 2029. And you say, did you fix the flying enemy circle thing? I think everything is pretty much fixed. Everything is pretty much fixed. Okay, let's do the material guideline. That's what I'm going to use. Now I want to assign the shader I just created. So that shader is called scrolling texture shader, and it requires texture. So the texture that I'm going to use for now is just let's see. Do I have one for that could work for this? I don't know. I don't know. Let's see. Because I need to do that too. I need to do like a proper texture for this. Well, I don't, but I could use another one. What about particle or trail? I guess the trail one will do. So, oh, please no. So here, I can define the color. So I probably want to define the color on the material and not on the guideline render, right? Yeah, actually, I prefer setting the color here probably because this gives me a little bit more control over how it's gonna look everywhere. But it's actually gonna be pretty solid color. Now, to use this new material, well, let me see. Do I have to set something up? Yeah, the scrolling speed. Yeah, and the scrolling speed, probably I'll need to separate. I'll need to separate this into a vector. So the scrolling doesn't go like these two ways. Because I don't know if you can see it. Yeah, probably my face is here covering this. But this thing, like basically the scroll speed controls how like just the speed of this. Let's put the scroll speed at 1, or I don't think 1 is that good. Let's do 0.7. Yeah, now that I have that 0.7, let's just go into the guideline render and let me get my face back here. And I just have to replace the material that I'm using with the other material that I just created. Let's wait for this to load. And we have the guideline material. So this is gonna probably look very funky. Because I would have to make like another. I would actually have to make another texture for this. I'm just trying it out. Never gamble, children. That's wisdom there. No, gamble more. It will pay off later. Okay. It's too late probably to say anything against gambling now. Let's press play and let's see how it looks. It's probably gonna look very weird if it's even like displaying at all. Yeah, I don't think it's even displaying. Okay, I can kinda see it. What if I modify this? Okay, yeah, as I said, it's probably gonna look very weird. Hmm. I don't know what really bothers me is this is not like straight. I wanted to make it like a little bit taller so it's not actually like in the center of the player's body, but maybe a little bit higher. Nepo say, what game is this? Stream avatars? Yeah, like the little guys running around? That's stream avatars. Need to set it up. Will make my streams interesting. Yeah, they're pretty cool. They're pretty nice. And they're very easy to set up. Like this is just like the default setting for like mostly everything is default. Also, I need to change the. I don't know if you can see, but this line shouldn't be generating any sort of shadow. Looks weird. So let's do that. Let's go in here. Yeah, let's go in here and well, I have to do the texture. I'm gonna do the texture now. Next. But first, let me see. I don't want that material to have any sort of um, shadow. So I guess I'll have to go into the shader itself. Scrolling texture shader. Let's go into graph settings. Let's open this completely. It's transparent, front, depth right auto. Okay, that's okay. Now, where can I say I don't want you to make any shadows? I don't want you to cast any shadows here. We have it's just a checkbox. So let's save this. And if we go and try and see again, it's not gonna cast shadows now. Okay, yeah, we have to get out of here. Yeah, no shadows. I probably need to do some tweaking, as I said, with how red the screen gets when you get out of the zone. Because it's immediately going towards like the full redness. But okay. So when we adding those cosmetics then, I don't know, around February we wanted to do something, right? We wanted to do something around February. So February 14 should be the deadline, or should we start February 14? You don't have to. I promise that I will need to threaten Roman about it. Mm. So what do you say about around February? So we could start the week before February 14. So when uh, Valentine's hits, we have everything like already like done or something. What do you say? And I'll probably say I'll be doing more playtest streams and we'll be using it more there. Cool stuff. I think it's gonna be like a good addition. I really like him. And that one guy, you say, how do I make animation in Blender? Well, it would be pretty time consuming to explain in here, but there's like a, I'm gonna tell you here, Infancia, I think it is. I'm gonna write it down for you. Infancia. Check this guy out in YouTube. He has like one of those. Try to find a video from him that is like um modeling, rigging, animating, and importing a character in Unity. It's like a 2 hour guide, and it's pretty helpful because it's doing like all the process from nothing to a fully animated character inside Unity. So you can get like a lot of valuable information there. I was talking about the one going in my head, but sure, I can draw it all. Time to pump out art like I'm making an indie game. Well, but maybe we can make like some, I don't know, you can make like one or two or three pieces that you'd like to see in the cosmetics. And oh yeah, Miho already won the competition. A cosmetic was a prize in December, but sure, low. Yeah, I don't know. We're gonna figure something out. Maybe we could have the Valentine's thing as a separate thing and the cosmetics as another thing. So whatever you say, whatever you say, I'm up to anything. Um, so basically, you have to find the value to change on a frame where you want to have. Mm. Okay, now what was I doing? I was uh yeah, changing the material here. I want to lift this up, so let's go into the code. Where should this be? I think on Wave Manager or something related because it's actually on the Wave Manager. So let's go into managers. Let's head into scripts, managers, and here I have the Wave Manager. So I should probably have somewhere a header that is like guideline or something. Or that's what someone, yeah, line renderer. That's it. Now, where am I using these things? Guideline render. That's where I want to basically have these things. Like that's where wherever I have I'm making changes to this, I'm calling that variable. So I can just go where I'm calling that. Now, I just want to lift it up with an offset. So do I have an offset already, or do I have to create a variable for this? Yeah, path y offset. I already have that, and is it implemented? I don't know. I don't know. Mm, let's try it out. Let's try it out. If it works, it works, and if it doesn't, we change it. So let's go into Wave Manager, and here we have line render path y offset is gonna be, well, let's do, it's set to 1 now. Let's try with 3. Yeah, I don't see the thing. Okay, yeah, because I won't be able to see it because it's very like transparent now. Let's delete this and delete this. And now we should be able to see this a little bit better. Now, probably for the first point, I don't want it to be like that elevated. But I can try changing these values here. Let's try with a 2. A 2 is all right, but I think the first value or the first point here, where the player is, should be like on the center of the player. Yeah, let's try this again. So let's try a 2. And let's make this a little more opaque, like this. I think a 2 is all right. I think a 2 is all right. Now, I need to have like an offset of 1 because if the player doesn't start at like the position I register for the player is at the bottom of like it's at his feet basically. So I need to increase a little bit on the Y so I get it to the middle of the player. But yeah, that's better than before already. I would also like to know what about the rotation, like because it gets pretty funky sometimes around certain angles. So let's do this. In the first, if the I equal 1, sorry, 0, because that's the first index. If that is the case, then I want to do this positions I dot y plus equals 1. Else, I want to use the offset, the regular offset that I have for everything else, basically. So let's save that and let's see what happens. Let's see. Okay. So in here, let's put this like this so we can have some color. And now, yeah, I think that's better. That's better because it gets a little bit more elevated. Maybe I can try for a 2.2 in the wave manager. 2.2 pathway offset. And yeah, this thing is what is troubling me a little bit because as I don't know if you can see, but here, for example, if I go here, you can see this path has like a weird rotation to it, you know? I would like it to keep being like super like straight, you know? Sharkwave is here. It says, "Hola, I'm just saying hi because I'm playing Pokemon Set A and grinding on it. And say, hope you have a good stream. Thank you for joining and for saying hi, Sharkwave. Really, really appreciate it. And yeah, enjoy Pokemon. So yeah, if I go in here again, well, what could I do to fix this thing? What could I do to fix this thing? Let's see. Yeah, first of all, I wanna change the coloring of this a little bit. So part of the player, it's not going to be fully opaque. Let's say 5% is going to be maximum opacity, but the on 0% it starts well, actually nothing. And how does that look in the game? Well, bad. Now, if we go again towards, let's put this at 2.5. What about 2? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Could be also related to the vertices. Well, it doesn't matter. I'm just going to copy this and here I'm going to paste. Let's set on the wave manager. Let's not forget to set this to 2.2. And then probably say, ah, Pokemon. I never understood Pokemon growing up, so I was left out. Um, I started, well, I wasn't like the biggest fan, or I've never been the biggest fan of Pokemon. But when Pokemon Go came out, I was like out there. I was out there. Really, really enjoyed playing Pokemon Go. And also I played the very old ones. And like if you don't understand Pokemon or at all, you could start with the first ones. I've used the emulators. You can play them on phone, so that's pretty cool. And that's like the only games that I like about Pokemon are those pretty much. Like just I played, I think it was like Emerald, Pokemon Emerald, and also I played Black and White. I think those were the ones that I played. They're pretty cool, especially Black and White. I really like that one. Okay, so going back to this, let's open Affinity Photo. And Cheesy say, Sad, I don't understand a lot of trends, so whenever there is a trend I don't like, I just avoid it. Same. Well, I don't really follow trends either. Like I just don't notice when there's a trend. I try to like what I avoid is social media. Not YouTube, not YouTube though. I do watch YouTube videos, but for example, Instagram, Facebook, whatever. Well, who's using Facebook really? But Instagram, TikTok, because not because like um, well, it's just because I have problems getting out of the apps. It's very hard for me to not use them when I have them on my phone. So I just get rid of them so I can do other stuff. But it's hard for me to like restrain myself from using them. So it's better if I just don't have them. You say don't use Facebook yet. You're not 45. Yeah, I'm not using Facebook either. Okay, so let's make this probably a little bit wider. And here, this is what I want to show you. Affinity photo. Let's do another file. And here, let's do new. Oh, here it is. New document. So I think I have a pre-saved thingy here. Yeah, 512 texture. So let's create a texture for this. And me always say, Roman, do you see Banana Man? Of course, dude. I see Banana Man. I wouldn't miss it. That's the only thing that I can miss. So, of course, I see Banana Man. Um, okay, let me create a new layer. Let's start with like a black background. And also, I'm gonna go document here. I'm going to do transparent background, and let's just grab the bucket and fill this with black. Now, I'm gonna lock that layer because I don't wanna change it or anything. Here, looking at it, and now with white, I'm gonna do like the actual texture. And Cheese, you see, all right, I'll leave now. Have a good day, people. Thanks for joining, Cheese. Always good to have you here. And see you next time. Bye bye. Take care. Okay, so this is going to be. Well, let's start very simple with maybe. Hmm. I want this to be like a little bit varied. So I'm gonna start with a. Is this writing? What is happening? I did a line and now I have a point there. I don't know what's happening. Yeah, I'm just going to delete that, create a new layer, and start again. Yeah, probably say, want to know my New Year's resolution? Yeah, sure. And avoid games that cause me to burn out. Yeah, that's a very good one. Anything sandboxy, Minecraft being the ultimate exception. Yeah, I don't know. It's yeah, whatever you don't find like um because people like normally go to games to rest. And for example, for me, I for sure have played some games that do the opposite for me. So instead of resting, I'm like getting stressed about some other stuff that I shouldn't even care about. So yeah, if sandbox games are not doing it for you, just avoid them. I do like sandbox games though. I think that those are the only ones where I can really relax, like especially chill games, Stardew Valley. That's my like top pick. Okay, I know this looks like trash, but let me cook, okay? Okay, so in here, let's do 16. So I just want to have like some irregular lines here, and I'm gonna blend them so they don't look that bad, okay? Just what artists say? Like trust the process. You have to do that with me, okay? So let's do something like that. So there's some wiggly stuff going on here, and I'm gonna modify the width of them so they get. I'm gonna get them wider here like that. But they need to. Well, they need to like tile. So it needs to probably. Well, it's here like that. It's probably gonna be like this, and here like that. Probably gonna do something like this. I think that's gonna be alright. Needs to tile, that's the main thing. And I'm gonna blur them. I'm gonna do a bunch of stuff. I'm just going to define the main shapes of this. Well, finally, this banana for you is not getting flagged. Or at least I hope so. That one guy, you say, Roman, do you want a banana? Yes. Then probably say I feel like Geometry Dash would be hella fun to stream. Yeah, why not? See, that one guy, bro, Geometry Dash is good, but my mouse after 24 hours of playing that game over 2 weeks is kind of bad. I got it for Christmas. Yeah, you're gonna be clicking away. So you better be prepared to destroy your mouse. Okay, so this needs to tile. Let's make it like this, probably. Something like this. And like that. And I'm gonna go wild here with the width of this. It's something like just to actually this could suck. This could look very bad. But give me just a moment to try and make it decent, okay? Because you're not going to tell that much when you're like playing. Because it's gonna be like tiling a lot. It's gonna be pretty small. Need to say it's not this time. New year, new YouTube. Say, bro, cycles suck so bad. Uh, cycles is the like hyper realism lighting, right? Because all the other one is Eevee, right? Okay, here I think I need a little bit more of this. Mm, I can sense the art roasting you when you're playing. Yeah, Art is gonna be there judging. I don't think he's gonna roast you or anything. And you say, is anyone internet pausing the video or something? Because it's happening to me. Not the GD level. We love Blender cycles. Oh, okay, okay, okay. Yeah, Blender cycles makes like everything. Well, it's I guess you could say it's bad if you're saying like it's hard to run because it uses a lot of like processing power. Okay, so I wanted to have like something pointing here like this, like pretty much just some arrows. They're gonna be connected. I'm going to make something like this. Mm, and maybe like super like big. This looks like the worst drawing I could ever do, but just let me cook, okay? I did the same with the fire texture, and it ended up looking all right. So I know this looks so bad. Just give me some time, okay? Just need some smudging and some blending and whatever to make this look a little bit better. I could feel it out, but I what I don't like about using the fill tool is that the edges sometimes get very um like don't get filled completely. I don't know if you understand what I say. Like just the edges get very like you just don't get completed. The whole thing, like the center piece, like does get filled. It's just some parts there that just don't. So let's see. I'm gonna do something like wow. Well, let's see. Let's see. I'm gonna go in with the smudge tool, healing brush, blemish patch. Where's the smudge tool? Yeah, judging. Now it's happening to me too. Am I dropping frames or something? From my end, it seems I'm not dropping frames. So really weird that you're getting the stream paused. Making a dark fontaine? Let's see, bring this smudge tool. Where's the smudge tool? Oh, here it is. Smudge brush tool. Okay, so let's do this like this. Healing brush. Oh, not the healing brush. The smudge. So let's bring the this thing to 32. Let's smudge it this way. It's gonna be hard to connect it. Let's do 64. And I'm gonna connect them later. Let's just do this first. I just need some smudging. And like that probably too. So it just looks, it's not as defined, you know? Because when you have when you have things that are very defined and like very solid, they look like a bad drawing. And well, it is like a bad drawing, you know? But I'm trying to masquerade, I'm trying to mask my awful drawing skills with smudging and texturing as much as I can. You know, so it's the same for these other pieces here. Stream looks fine. Indeed, looks fine to me. Yeah, I don't know if you're at least from my end. I don't think I'm getting like any sort of uh frame dropping. So I don't know. Okay, let's do this for these two. and I'll have to go again repeating the same thing just so it looks like more natural, like more, I don't know, like not a drawing, you know? So it looks a little bit more like smoky. Probably it's gonna take some tweaking, but I think I can connect this like this. Should be okay. I can connect this here because it's gonna scroll, so it's gonna connect over here, you know? Now let's go with another layer of paint. And you see, I just want to connect this here. So let's try and do that. It's gonna look a little weird, but actually it's decent enough, I guess. I think it's gonna suck, to be honest. I think this is going to look like crap, but we have to give it a try, you know? We have to give it a try. Okay, so let's make this a little bit like this. We have to see so we can improve. We can't assume it's gonna suck very bad. Okay, let's do file, export, export. Let's do, it's in downloads, right? Strategy and Magic, 2D textures, and this is the guideline texture. Guideline text. So save. Now, if I go here, 2D textures, I'm gonna drop it in there. So let me open File Explorer. Your internet cannot break stream avatars. Stream avatars? Oh. Oh, I didn't change the name of the stream. Why did nobody tell me? So if I want to change this, stream settings is gonna be this. This 17, not 16. Save. Okay. I think they're back. So I didn't notice. Yeah, it seems like no one noticed. My internet, your internet cannot break. And Nepal, you say, all right, lunch break over. Gotta get back to it. See you all later. Thanks for joining, Nepal, and see you next time. Bye bye. Okay, now let's. I just want to use that texture, so I have to bring it over to Unity. It's on download. It's in Strategy Magic 2D textures. And here, guideline texture, let's just drop it under textures. Now, what I want to do with this is the same that I do with any other texture, is I leave it at default, and I have to do alpha is transparency, so the black part is gonna be transparent. And now, if I go over to the guideline material, I can just, instead of having that other texture there, I'm just gonna have a guideline text. Something wrong. There's something wrong. Well, for one, we're getting rotation on both the X and the Y axis, so I probably need to change that. Yeah, let's do scrolling texture shader. I need a vector, instead of having a float for the scroll. Well, I'll need to do, instead of scroll speed is Well, I want to have this scroll speed. It's just that it's not the same type um of variable. So I'm gonna delete this. I'm gonna create a new one. Here it's vector 2. So this is gonna be scroll speed, and I can use it here. It's throwing me a little bit of an error. Yeah, but it's gonna be scroll speed. Yeah, scroll speed already exists. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Um, so yeah, I want to use this basically. On the scroll speed, well, I have to, can I change it from the inspector? I guess I can. Let's do the default value of nothing. I'm just going to save this. Now, if I go here, I'll have the scroll speed here. So if I do 0.7 here, yeah, you see? You see? No, you can't see anything because I have my face over here. So yeah, this thing now it's if I do 0.5 here, it's going to use the horizontal rotation. But what I want is just this rotation here. And you know, it the tiling doesn't look very good. I just want to see how the other things looks like. And this should go the other way around, so it's going to be minus 0.7. And yeah, so now I don't want the black part to have any like opaqueness or oh, and let me get my face back. Yeah, so where do I change that? Let's see. I think it's part of the yeah, it's part of the texture, just that. So what am I using here? It's just default. Why isn't it why is this opaque? Hmm, I didn't notice. It's a cool Marvel design. And Thomas Jack says, "Oh, hi. What's up, Thomas? Welcome to the stream. How is it going?" And Miho, you say, "Is that part of the romanleco merch store?" Yeah, it's gonna be part of the merch store soon. Okay, so yeah, I don't know why, but it's taking the transparency anyway. Okay, alpha source, it's from grayscale. That's it. That's it. So if I apply this now, there we go. So now we should be able to go into the material and we should see something very different. I wasn't expecting. Oh yeah, that's it. Yeah, the tiling looks bad. We can fix it. Fix it. I just want to see how it looks now with the guideline render. Let's clear, game, scene, and use that for. Yeah, we're already using it for the guideline material. We just have to change the texture. So now in here, guideline material. Oh, we swapped it. So let's just press play. I hope it doesn't look horrible. Yeah, it does look horrible. Because there's like a lot of stretching. There's a lot of stretching, that's it. Let's see if I get close enough here. Yeah, you can't see anything from the design, actually. But at least it's scrolling, you know? It doesn't look like I thought it would. Which is very weird. I would have guessed it would have looked very different. Let's see. That one guy, you say, hello, my computer is bugging because I'm using Blender on Eevee, so I'm using my phone. Okay, it's all right. So right, what are you rendering right away? Or are you rendering something? Or just using Blender? Um, okay, they're scrolling. Let's see if I modify this. What if I do this way? No. Minus 0, 6. So 0 in here. Not what I was expecting at all. Um, I think this is just because there should be a way to set up, maybe in the guideline, like in the settings of the line renderer, probably. So it's, yeah, this is set to stretch. I don't know if you can see. Oh, and why is not my face here? Oh, and now the stream avatars broke again. Oh no, I think we're good. It's just that you're not talking. That's right. Is that right? See, animation for you, dude. Thank you so much. I want to see. I want to see. So you're cooking up an animation. Very nice. Well, you're getting pretty doing pretty good progress because I saw the other thing that you rendered with my logo. I think that was pretty cool. You got very good, very fast. So you're gonna be flying a couple of more weeks or months. See, I'm not sure about that. About what, Nick? Oh, it broke. Yeah, stream avatars doing stream avatar things. Um, yeah, if I disconnect this right now and I connect it again, probably it's gonna do something very weird. Quick access, close. Should I try disconnecting it and reconnecting it? There's no other option, so I'm just gonna do it. I hope it connects correctly. Making a magic game live. Yeah, this is the one. Now can you see your avatars right now? Things from avatars out. By the way, what is the font called on your logo? The font is called Archivo. I'm gonna write it for you. Archivo. Or, well, you can get Archivo Extended. I know that the Archivo one is free. I don't know if Archivo Extended is free. It's Times Times New Roman. Um, yeah, I think the stream avatars are still broken. What if I try this again but with the vertical stream? Mm-mm. Nuh-uh. Yeah, it doesn't seem to get fixed. Um, I could try to just end the other stream and connect it again. Uh, dude, what a shame. Like, why does this happen? Yeah, let me end this, the vertical stream, or sorry, the horizontal. Yeah, it's the vertical one. End this stream. Let's disconnect. And I'm gonna stop sending this. Give me just a sec so I can, just a second so I can just restart this. Dismiss. Manage schedule stream. Yeah, this, reuse settings. Same thing. Next. Public. Now, first of all, if I connect it now, are Try typing something up. Try typing something so I can see that your little guys are appearing. And that one guy say, oh, for the render, I used JetBrains monospaced. Free and looks pretty good. Yeah, it does look pretty good. Okay, now we're back with the stream avatars. So if I put this to, what time is it? Yeah, this is probably okay. Done. And I put the vertical thingy again. We should be fine for like 5 minutes, and then it's gonna ask me to pick the stream again. Something up. I just got it. What you said. Okay, we're back with the vertical stream. So in a couple of minutes, the avatars should like be obliterated again. Now go live. Going live. Yeah, we're good. I think so. We're good. Now, now that we're back, let's go into Unity again. And here, what was I doing? Yeah, the thing I'm covering with, well, it's right above my head is the texture mode. So I set it to stretch, or that's the default. But if I set it to tile, yeah, that's how it looks. So you can see now exactly how like the texture that we have. So let me go again to the, and probably we'll need to rotate this. Probably will need to rotate this. And the weird rotation also, I think it's because of the way I'm rendering this, but yeah, just setting it to tile is better. Now let's go into the material again, and I don't want this to roll this way. I want this to be like this probably, but I need to rotate this. So let's do that. Let's do that now. Let's go into the Affinity Photo. And the only thing that I want to do is I'm just going to grab this layer, and I'm basically going to rotate this 90 degrees. Snapping. It's gonna basically be the same thing. I just need to center it now. Like that. And file, export, export. I'm gonna overwrite guideline texture. Yes. And I hope I rotated the correct way. Now if I go here again to Unity, I need to go in here where with the guideline texture. I'm gonna delete this before I bring it again. Let's see, it's on here, guideline texture. I'm gonna drop it again on the textures, and it should automatically be picked up because it has the same name. And first of all, what I want to know is if I set this to 0, which way is it facing? I think it's the other way, probably. So scroll speed -1. Yeah, it's the it's the other way actually. So I need to do this, and let's rotate it this other way, like that. Now, file, export, export, guideline texture, override, save, yes. I'm gonna delete this here, and now bring it again to the textures folder. And for this to be transparent, I just need to do alpha is transparency and from grayscale. So now I can apply this, and I should be able to see on the line render. Probably should be better. Okay, let's see. And that one guy says the weird smoothing makes it look like the image is AI generated. We're gonna fix it. We're gonna fix it. Yeah, it doesn't look that good now, but there's a lot going on that we need to change. So first of all, let's go in here and let's do. What if we distribute per segment? How would that look like? Mm, well, no, we don't want that. We want tiling. We want tiling. Since we can see now how it actually looks, the tiling is pretty evident. So we should make something more subtle and probably make it like a bigger form. You know? Because it looks very like you can tell that the tiling it's kind of, I don't know, kind of weird. But it's going on the correct direction, so that's cool. Now, let's I'm going to change on the like basically the speed, so it's going to be a little bit faster, I think. 1.5 I think it's all right. And if we get a little bit to here, you'll see how it like grows. And Arna Bisreal, I hope I didn't butcher your name. You say, hey, what's up, Arna Bisreal? How is it going? How is it going? Let's see. So let's make like a bigger thing. Now that we know, I'm probably gonna delete this. Now that we know, or I'm gonna keep it, but less opaque, so we have like a guideline of how this could look. Let's grab this. Let's make it 10%. So it's just like a guide for us. Let's make another layer, and let's start painting again. So this is gonna be like that. We could probably yeah. Let's do the centerpiece first. So I know I want something happening over here. I want the drop here to be aligned, and this is pretty much going to be like an arrow or of some kind. So something like that. Uh, yeah, something like that. Now let me just erase this part, and let me find a better width for the for this. Now this part like that, this part like that, and a little bit like a. It's gonna be like a little bit of a diamond or some kind. No, I just need it to be like a pointy. Now, let's do the little these little things, these little lines in here, and they shouldn't be like it should be subtle. The curvature should be subtle. I'm gonna change the width of this a little bit, like that. And like this. So now if I try to paint this white completely, you see what I'm saying? When I use this bucket tool, uh, like everything looks jagged and pixelated. I don't know how to avoid that, but it's for this case, it's not that bad actually. So in here, like that. Okay, now these are roughly aligned. This is probably more like in here, from here, like this. Yeah, roughly. And this is the end of this. So let's make something more like this. And that one guy just say, "Oh, I love the diamond. Looks really good." Well, I'm glad. I'm glad. We'll see if this looks better. Because I now that we could test how the other one looked like. I love the diamond. Looks really good. You can't make the inside transparent. I could make the inside transparent. Yeah, that's a possibility. What part though? Like somewhere along here, like this, something like that. Well, I know it looks bad right now, but remember we're going to use that as smudging to try and make it look better. And why can't I delete from here? I don't know, very weird. Okay, so let's delete this part too from here, like that. And now with the smudge tool, first actually let me fill this up. Oh, you say I was saying that because feeling was being weird. Okay. Well, I guess we'll just going to try this out anyway. Like that. Okay. So now let's bring this smudging that's gonna fix our lives. Actually, let it do like that. Because if we have like these textures be like super like defined, they don't look that good. They don't look they look like a paint drawing. You know, not nothing against paint though. But yeah, okay. Let's do something like this, like that. Now I just need to do the same for this, like that, that, and that. And now that we have like the vase blurring, if we could call it that, let's go with another smaller width and let's change some things so we can make it more, I don't know how would you call this, but like gives it give the thing more detail, give the thing more texture, basically make it look cooler, like that. And in here too, like it's going to try and go this way, like that. I want it to be like I don't know, some sort of fire stuff, but probably I made I made them so close together. There shouldn't be that much of them. Okay, now for these things, just a little bit. Same thing, the other. way. So when they are in motion, they're going to look a little bit more like how you say this, like the opposite of static, you know? Like they have some movement going on. And we don't want the other layer. Let's just do this way, and let's see, file, export. Here, let's overwrite, save, yes. Now we go in here, we delete this one, delete, we go into the Explorer, we drop this on the texture folder. The same thing that we have to do for all our textures like this from grayscale. We're going to do the alpha transparency, we apply, and we can test. So yeah, same thing. I probably should go into the guideline renderer and set the texture mode to tile, like that. Looks like a little bit weird. I can also modify uh, the texture scale, because I could make it. Yeah, what if I make the scale 0.1 or something? So it's very like larger, you know? I think something like that would be better. Not that exaggerated, but maybe a 0.25. So it's like 4 times the size in X. And what about this one? 0.2. No, that one should stay like that. No, I think let's do one. Let's just do one with the other one. I think that's pretty nice, pretty okay. Mm, I think my only problem with this is that I would like the other lines to be a little bit wider, you know? So let's do that. I'm gonna select everything but those lines, and I'm gonna use the lasso tool like that, just grabbing everything but those lines. And I'm going to make this just a little bit smaller, like that. Now let's complete this so it can tile properly. It's gonna be like this probably, or something like that. Yeah, so what I want to do with this is basically just grabbing the lines and make them wider. I want to grab this and also this and make them wider. So I guess I could just do this, right? Well, if I want to actually, yeah, it's better if I just grab one at a time. So let's just grab this one for now. And let's change the dimensions of this here. Why is it not showing up? Oh yeah, like this. That. Gonna give it a little bit of rotation so they align properly, just like that. And the same for the other one. So I select, I make it bigger, like this. I need to align this properly. So like this probably. I think that's gonna be good. Now I think this one is just a little bit, should be a little bit bigger, just a little bit. Because compared to the other one, I don't know how wide it is. Let's align this. Yeah, I think that's okay. Now this looks a little bit weird, so I'm gonna erase this. And I'm gonna grab this smudge tool again. Like that. And I guess that's all. That's all. So let's do, oh yeah, this thing too. I'm gonna push it like this way, like that, and here too. Like that. Now, are they matching? I think they are. Okay. File, export, same thing basically. Export, guideline texture, save. Yes. And why are the stream avatars not showing up again? This. Okay. Did I export this? I think I did. Let me just recheck and let's export it again. Export, export, guideline, overwrite. Yes. And where's my Unity? Here. Guideline texture. Let's delete. And Nick is like, because it's quiet, I think. Well, that and also it like the pop-up to switch the stream was there, so I had to pick it up. Nick you say, why does it automatically switch to a different stream? That's annoying AF. Yeah, it's super annoying. I think the way it was before, where you couldn't switch the stream, was even better. Because even though you had to start a stream, connect it, and connect the other one, then there was no stream switching, so you were good once you set it up once. I just don't know. They tried to improve it and made it worse, but hey, that happens. Okay, so let's see how it looks again. Guideline player render. Yeah, I have to bring this again. Guideline texture here into textures and guideline texture. Let's do alpha ace transparency from grayscale and apply. Where's the applying? Here. Nick, you say I added Bananaman to Discord? That's a big win. Um, I want to see it actually. Let me open Discord. Is it a sticker or a regular emote? Watch banana. But watch Bananaman streamable? Oh, that's like a whole command for Bananaman. Does it work like that? Yeah, it does. Awesome. Awesome. Very cool. Okay, so now let's go again to this, and I'm going to set the. It should be on the material. Is it on the material? No, I don't think it's on the material. It's on. Well, I would like to change the width of this too. So let's start. Let's bring the width to 0.7. Edit key 0.8. Let's do 0.8 here. Alignment transform set. Tile is gonna be yeah, tile, and I'm gonna do the texture scale set to 0.25, and let's see how it looks. Let's see. Yeah, there's a problem here where, well, this is not no longer aligned with the view, so that was the problem. I mean, you know what? This doesn't look good. I think I'm just going to do some lines that have like a, a direction, because you can see like these kinds of textures could look good or could look fine with another type of line renderer that doesn't get like jagged or get these weird angles. But I think I'll go for something more simple, more like just a regular line. So let's do let's put this way. Let's just do some regular lines and give them some direction. So let's do another layer. And sorry if well, I'm not going to even say sorry. You need to be prepared for this because I need to try stuff out. Because otherwise, how am I gonna tell if something is cool for the game if I don't try out first like 100 different things? I know this may be could get a little bit repetitive. I know, but it's very important that we experiment along the way so we know what works and what doesn't for this game. Okay, so one line here. Let's do same here. It's always gonna. It's just going to be like. Um, yeah, let's just grab this like that. Why is it not grabbing it? I'm in the correct layer. Let's just grab this like this. I'm so goaded. Now I probably want to have a couple that are very wide. So at least this wide, right? And they need to like be aligned so they can tile. Let's do some more. And why is it in another layer? Dude, I want the same layer. So let's do some lines here, over here, like this. Probably three are okay. Three are okay. So this is gonna be the I'm just gonna you know what? I'm just gonna define the beginnings and the endings of this. So this is gonna be something like that. It's gonna be like this. It needs to be wider. Like that maybe. And same thing over here. So now that I have this, I can just, yeah, probably this is okay. Now, the other one, let's see. I'm gonna grab like this from here, make like an arch. It's gonna end over here. And I'm gonna put like another set, like another layer with less opacity behind these ones. Yeah. Okay, I know they look like trash, but we're gonna fix it. Now we just want to have this like a smudged look like this. So we're smudging them, smudge, just uh, just the edges of this, and then we're gonna add some details. So they're going this way, like they're going to the right. So we need to make them like they look like they are being like the motion lines need to be aligned to that. So on the opposite direction. So like this. Let me get a 64 in here. So 64 like that. Gonna get the lines like this. I think that's fine. Fine like this. Now let's just adding some more details so they have like a little bit of motion. Like that. Okay, almost done here. Just a little bit more. So they look like they're going that way. Yeah, it looks like a little bit like motion blur, but it's just on some parts that look like spiky that convey that motion. A little bit like that too. And all I have to make sure is that these things align, because otherwise it's gonna be like look very body if it doesn't it's not aligned one side to the other. So what I'm gonna do is just I'm gonna grab this layer, I'm gonna duplicate it. And why is it rotated? I'm gonna disable this. Let's do it this way. I'm just going to stretch it. Yeah, I'm gonna stretch this, make them like this basically. And I'm going to do Control C, Control V, and the other way. They're gonna go the other way around. Something like that, roughly. Okay, let me grab this. And these are gonna be less opaque, so let's do like a 60 over here. 60. And over those, we have these lines. So we have to move these other lines around so we get something more layered. More layered, maybe like that. This doesn't have to be like cut off. That's the thing. That's the last part. So I guess that will look better. But let me do, instead of 60, let's do something like 40. Now let's do file, export, export, guideline texture, save, yes. And in here, let's see. I'm gonna do guideline texture, delete, and I'm gonna bring the new one here to the textures. And I'm gonna do alpha ace transparency from grayscale and apply. Now, how does this look like? Let's go into the guideline manager. Let's set the it aligns with the view. I mean, I like it better, but still, let's do 0.5 in this, or what about 1? Let's do 2 in here. Let's do 0.5 in here. I think, oh, that looks nicer. But I guess what I'll do is I'll just make this just a little bit bigger so they use like the whole space in here. And these things are layered here are just gonna be like this. Yeah, like maybe just get rid of them. Get rid of this ones, and these ones are fine. File, export, export, overwrite, save, yes. Now, the same process, it's just trial and error, until we get something that we like. Guideline texture again, let's put it to textures, and same thing. So I think this is gonna be the last try for today. If I want to tweak it a little bit more, I'll do it off stream, so we can move on to something more interesting. Apply, and let's see, let's play. First, I need to set the guideline render to be aligned with the view. That's it. Now I'm going to modify the tiling. Okay, I'm gonna modify the this doesn't need to be that opaque actually. Maybe 150, and at the end 150, and it's just at the middle that is gonna be a full opaqueness. Well, actually, one more time. Let's put this to 60 opacity. Like that. File, export, export, guideline texture, save, overwrite, and here, delete. Bring it again, the guideline texture, into the textures. And in here, alpha transparency from grayscale, apply. And let's see. I mean, looks alright. Looks alright for me. What I'll change though is here the basically the color, like the gradient. That's what I'll tweak. So in here, this is going to be, well, starting with, this is not going to be alpha 222, right? Or I could put this to 1%. Well, let's just make it 0. So this is the full opacity. If we wanted to have like full opacity from the beginning, this is what full opacity looks like. Now, since this is always aligned towards the camera, that creates some weird visuals sometimes. But most of the time it's all right. What I'll do though is this is going to start, instead of 255, it's going to start at 150 of alpha. So not that opaque. Let's grab the color. Let's do 100 actually. So it starts at 100 and it gets to 255, 255, and then it gets back to 0 again. And I'm gonna tweak the width too. So the first segment is gonna go to 1, but just to start is gonna go, well, just to start is set to, I don't know, something close to 0.25. Yeah, 0.25, and it's gonna go towards 1, and from 1 it's gonna go towards 0.2 again. Edit key 0.2. Well, I guess 0.2 is too extreme, but I could have some. And Mijo would say I was gone for a bit. What do we have so far? Welcome back to the stream, Mijo. We have well, a new texture for this. It looks, I think what I don't like about this, or at least how it looks, is that let me actually copy the component so I can just paste it again. Paste component values. Is that this thing looks, there are some parts where it looks, it's gonna be transformed at Z, so it's always gonna face this way, and I need to add a rotation to this, you know. So I get it, I could try and do that. Let's see, can I modify not only the positions but rotations of this? Yeah, because the alignment is transform Z there. It's set to transform that Z, but I want to have like some sort of rotation probably. I can search that up, like aligning the line render with the ground. Let's search that up. Align, how to align line render with the ground unity. The stream cut off when you said some parts where it looks you're no back. Indeed, silly. That's weird. Well, I said it looks weird. So yeah, let me show you. So these parts, if I put this back to view, since it's always going to face the camera, face one position, you know? What happened? What happened? I'm dropping frames now. the view align with whatever the camera position is that creates these weird angles. I wanted to have it on transform. Did it happen again? Because I see some drop frames. Okay, yeah, but that's it. That's it. Did it happen again? Well, I hope not. No way. No way. I'm just gonna. Well, one more time, okay? One more time. I want this thing in here. So you see, I have it aligned to the transform set right now, but I had it on view. So on view, it is always going to like face the camera, and that creates this kind of weird, weird like spots in here where the angles go crazy. So I want to have this set to transform and modify the rotation so those angles are no longer showing up. And I think I didn't drop frames this time, so hopefully you heard what I had to say. Yeah, it also clips with the floor. But if I rotate it, I don't think it's gonna do anything. And could I maybe change the rotation in here? Because I think this changes. Yeah, this is not going to work that way. And Nick, you say that's a very round, uh, roundabout way of going about this. How, why? Why? Using raycasting for uneven terrain. Just sort of. Let's see what I can find here on Unity. Mm, raycast to the ground. Well, yeah, I could use that raycast to have a position. Yeah, draw flat line in Unity. So I have that allows the user to draw lines by clicking on a terrain. It makes these lines with the line renderer component, and from 2D view, they look good, but the problems comes when I change to a 3D view, as lines are not flat. I need these lines to be flat and always looking upwards. That's what I want to do. As if they were in a plane, and I don't know how to do it. I saw that line render has an alignment attribute, but the options are view and transform set. And what I need is transform Y. Yeah, this is it. It's not exactly my problem, but I guess I can use that either way. Line render use transform set and world space positioning. So I have that set up to transform that set, and the world space. Yeah, use world space. And what if I change the rotation now? Okay, that's it. I think. Now I would just have to make on the wave manager. I would just have to make the offset a little bit higher. Like, what about 2.5? Yeah, I guess so. So if I go to the guideline render, I'm just going to, well, yeah, I'll have to do that anyway. So let's, yeah, let's put this to transform that set. I'm going to use world space for this, and I'm gonna set the rotation to 90. And on the wave manager, I'll do the offset, the Y offset to 2.5. And let's see how it looks. say roundabout, you have a solution that would require you just adding a little bit to the Y position, and you instead want to turn the whole line around. It's not that hard. Like I just did it. You know? And I had the problem. I had that problem anyway. There still are some points where, well, I guess it's always going to look a little bit weird just because of the, like these points don't have like any curvature, you know? Like it's not a curve. Deposing spinning Roman? Is that a thing? Is that even a thing? The downwards pointing parts do look silly. I guess if I wanted this to look better, I would have to like do a mesh, like a cylinder following these spots for this to look better, I guess. Don't you think? What if I do that? Because last time I tried to do that, that thing with the mesh, it didn't go very well. Corner vertices. So I'm pretty sure they're, yeah, the player looks at the close parts anyways. Yeah, but in here, for example, in here looks silly. You know what? I'm gonna do two things. Give me just a second. Okay, I'm gonna be right back. Hello, I'm back. That's personal preference. Don't talk about math. You remember what happened with circles? I imagined it the first time, and I wanted. Yeah, traumatic experience. Um, yeah, I think the matches just were not on my side. Like, I think that's what that was like the basically what happened. Yeah, there was a way to set like a match for this or something. Yeah, I think it was like not part of the line render, but it was part of um like a function from Unity line render. Yeah, math is simply not on my side. Okay, so in here I was going to do other things. So here instead, I'm going to, well, have it duplicated, but instead of using world space and transform that set, I'm going to align this with view And instead of using the guideline color, well, I'm gonna have two guideline colors or two guideline materials. So it's gonna be guideline material or guideline 2 material. And here I'm going to use that other one, guideline 2 material. And this one is just going to be like a regular material. So it's gonna be unlit, standard unlit, or I could use the HDR color texture. And yeah, in here, how will this look like? Because now, well, I only see one. I only see one. What if I change it for just bright? Guideline render. Well, yeah, I guess it's not gonna, like nothing's gonna happen because I would have to assign this here too. Let's see. Let's go into the wave manager. So here I'll do a secondary one. Here on line render, I have the guideline render and serialize field, private, liner render, secondary guideline render. And whenever I do anything with this, I'll do the same with the other one. So here, guideline, or it's secondary guideline render, that game object, that set active. Or well, if I disable this one, it's gonna disable the other one, so not really need to change anything here. That's it. Now set active is gonna be the same. Calculate. Okay. So position count, I'm gonna do that, and for secondary guideline render, position count equals path corners length. And here I'll do the same. So guideline, the secondary guideline render set positions, like that. So now I just have to assign the other one. And let me draw gambling. Okay, so if I go here, wave manager, I need to assign the secondary line render. What about this? Where's the secondary line render? Apply active color space. What's this sprite? And is it set to world space? No. Okay, so if I set it to world space, then it's gonna be good. And this is aligned with the view. So this one is aligned with the view, and this was aligned with transform. So now I want to use the HDR color or the guideline 2 material here. Guideline 2 material. And Nick, say I just got granted a very funny ChatGPT prompt. What is it? let's see if I use that material, I'll have to do some tweaking. So main texture is gonna be like just sprite, square sprite, and the HDR color. The alpha is gonna be set to fully opaque. The intensity, I'm gonna put the intensity something very bright. It doesn't care about that. Need you say, is there a seahorse emoji? Um, I guess so. Okay, I'm gonna grab this one, and I think I'm just gonna do sprite, like just sprite material. And the opacity here is gonna be, well, starting from 50. This is gonna be 150, 150, like that. And it's gonna use world space. Yeah, but if I use world space, it's not actually going to work for me because I need this to be aligned with the view. I need this to be aligned with the view, so I can't do that. You know, because this is what happens if I don't align with, if I use like the normal thing. Um, well, the line render has truly given me some problems. But okay, yeah, align with that. Let's use world space. Okay, let me tweak this a little bit. Let's do 0, 5, oh, 0, 0.1. It looks awful. Looks awful. Yeah, I'm gonna do the width of this, like just more. And this width is gonna be 0.8. And in here, this is starting from alpha 0, and this is gonna be 100. 100, like that. I feel like the effect is just being too jagged right now. A little bit more fog, rounded, like might do instead. Do it instead. Yeah, I think the like making some more rounded. Well, but if I want to make it rounded, I would have for every point basically I want to have, I'll do have to make like a Bezier curve, or like a curve from one point to another, you know? So ChatGPT freaks out half of the time in temp chat if you ask it It tries to answer, shows shows a horse emoji, says no, sorry, generates another one, and just does that in a circle until it realizes that there is no seahorse emoji. That is, and I thought there was like a seahorse emoji. I don't know why. Yeah, it's pretty funny. Okay, you know what? I'm just gonna stop messing with this. I'll figure out a better way to do this some other time. Maybe, probably, I'll have to do like a cylinder um, that goes there. But I'm not going to mess around with this anymore. I'm gonna move on to something different. I'm gonna delete this guideline renderer. I'm gonna go in here, whatever. I'm just gonna delete the secondary line I had there. And whenever I used it for anything, I'm just going to delete that part of the code. I'm just gonna make another task to make that line look better. And a Jagoneer AI says, "Hi, how are you, bro? What's up? How's it going? What's up, Jagoneer? Welcome to the stream. It's going pretty well, pretty good. I'm pretty good myself. How are you?" Miholi say, I suggest broken up magic mist that follows that path. That way it's like occasional particle effects, and the path isn't perfectly noticeable. Yeah, you're probably right. You're probably right. I'm gonna figure a way to display that better, but I'll do it off stream. I'll do it off stream because I'll probably be like, it's probably gonna be a lot of trial and error to make this look good. So I'm just gonna go in here and at least we have the scrolling texture. We have the scrolling texture. So line towards the zone when outside of it. I think that's done. Let's move that to done. And here, oh, but before we do that, there was something I wanted to try. Because if I go to the penalization, so penalization, yeah, set player spawn in zone. Here, I am changing a lot of. I'm changing the lift and the gamma depending on basically. Well, where is it? Well, somewhere I'm setting this lift and gamma to red, and I think I'm not doing it progressively. So it's working on magic. And Jagoneer AI say, how long did it take you to learn the C# programming language? How many games have you created with Unity? So for the first question, how long it took me, I would say to be able to do most of things without, like, I'm still learning and I'm still studying, and I think I won't ever stop learning. But I think it took me like three months, 3 to 6 months to have the enough knowledge that I could go on my way, uh, like just doing whatever I wanted and not having to check for tutorials or courses all the time. That's how that's what it took me to get like outside of the tutorial hell, you know. But still, like I'm still learning and learning and learning, and whenever I can, I try to learn more, doing other projects that can help me, uh, like learn how to do different stuff, or just straight up learn something specific to the language. And how many games have you created with Unity? Like complete, fully fledged games? None. But I've made a lot of demos. When I was learning, I made like 5, 6 demos. Then games that you can play, but they're still not like big games. I made, well, I can show you. I can show you. I have it here actually. Yeah, here. So if you go into my page here, romanleco, .h.io, you'll see, well, this is just a test, so I wouldn't count this as a game. This is a game jam game too. This I wouldn't count as a game either, like, and this one I wouldn't count as a game because these are like super fast prototypes, but not like something you can play and have a lot of fun with. But this one, for example, took me like 3 weeks, so that's a more complete game that could be expanded on. Monster Cooker. Then this is another game jam game, so I wouldn't count it. But this Radical Rumble, it's a game jam game. Well, there most of my games are made in game jams. Um, but yeah, counting all of my games, well, there's one, two, three, four, um, and you could arguably add a fifth one here, and the sixth one would be the one that I'm working on right now. And I have another game that I'm working on, but it's currently on pause because I'm trying to get some financing. And if I get it, I'm going to continue. Well, I'm going to continue developing anyway, but it's currently on pause. You could say five. Blendguard, my beloved, I say. Okay. And John here, you say, can you make games like PUBG Mobile? Sure. Yeah, I could. The thing is, I'm just like a solo guy, so I try to make games that I can like do solo like in a sensitive time frame, you know? Okay, yeah, so here, post-processing manager. I want to know where I'm setting these things here. So whenever call set lift gamma gain, so it's here. Color, white, let's see, in here. Yeah, change lift and gain according to penalty. So where am I calling this? Deactivate the penalization. Where am I calling this? Clear outside. Okay, yeah, here. Now, um, and going back to your question, Jaunir, um, yeah, even though I could like make these games, making a game like PUBG Mobile myself would be a daunting task. Like it would take years and years for a solo guy to make something similar to that. Because PUBG was made by a bunch of developers, not just one person. And Jaunir, you say, do you work in a game studio? Are you studying at university? Neither of those. I dropped out of the university and I'm making games by myself now. So I'm unemployed. That's the you could qualify me as an unemployed guy. But yeah, I'm making games independently now, and I'm trying to earn money now from this. So neither. Okay, here is color white and red color. Okay, so I want to get a percentage, and I want to display the percentage again because I had a log in here before, but I deleted it because I thought we were okay with this. Let me put it back so I can see exactly what this uh, value is. Percentage. Let's see. Down here you say a programmer doesn't need a university degree. In my opinion, it just takes time. I'm not going to, well, yeah, I'm going to actually say what I think. I don't think going to university is necessary for at least for this, you know? Um I have some people that are still in university. Like I know some people that are still in university, and depending on the university you go, that also has a lot of a lot of impact in the learning that you'll get. For example, I have a friend that is in university studying game development, and he complains a lot. Well, it's not not like complaining, but like he's worried about not being able to do the things that he wants. Like he's not learning what he should be learning, and that's why I try to help him as much as I can with learning programming stuff specifically, because not every university has like a program that is good enough to become a game developer. At least here in Chile, I know in other countries probably there are better universities that do teach game development better, but at least here, no. Okay, I don't like how the line or the path looks like, but I'm just gonna leave that for other time. Okay, percentage is 0 0.9, 0 0.8, 0 0.6, 0 0.5, 4, 3, 1, 0. Okay, so it is working. The percentage is okay, but I have to invert it. I have to invert it here. So I'm going to use for chromatic aberration. Yeah, you see I'm using 1 minus the percentage, so that's going to invert it. And if we display that 1 f minus the percentage, you'll see. And the set color saturation, yeah, set color saturation. Let's see how it works. Well, I think color saturation is okay. It's just a value from 0 to 1, so we should be good. Now, this thing, the set lift gamma color, I'm worried about the color that lerp. Between colors A and B by T. And down here you say, will the Magic game be released for mobile, or are you doing this for practice? What will the business model be? This is gonna be a PC game. I plan to release it only on, yeah, only on PC, and I plan to charge money for this. It's gonna be, I plan to release this on Steam, but still a long way till I release it on Steam, and it's just going to be like a paid game. No, no microtransactions, no microtransactions. Okay, so here color that left from white to the red color and the percentage. Let's display. Well, here I'm using that percentage here, so maybe that's why. 1f minus percentage. That's it. 1f minus percentage. Maybe that's why it wasn't working before. No, why would you want microtransactions? What annoying thing. Okay, so if I get out of here, should start. Yeah, I think that is better. That is better. The problem that I had before, it was that I hadn't inverted that value, so it started like at full redness, and then it got dimmer and dimmer, like, or closer to white and closer to white. Down here you say, is your language English or another language? What other language do you speak fluently? Uh, yeah, you called me. English is not my primary language. My primary language is Spanish. I'm from Chile. I'm from South America. So yeah, my native tongue is Spanish, really. And Yuri, you're here. You say hello. Nice to see you again. What's up, Yuri? Yeah, it's nice to see you again too. How is it going? So now that's good. So we can go in here and go into the changes. And here I want to say Well, I changed basically. Well, we added post processing. Let's recapitulate. What did we do? Because the last change was player out of zone penalty visuals. Now we just added. Well, I need to delete some stuff from here. This material, for example, I don't want it anymore. I don't want it, so I'm gonna delete this. And you say, Yuri, all good, thanks. Well, I'm very glad. I hope you had a wonderful celebration in New Year, and the best of luck to you with this new year. Okay, so in here we just did like mainly the that line renderer, right? So a guideline renderer. And Jaunir, you say, are you writing a Magic game entirely in C sharp? Yes, that's the only language that I use in here because I'm using something called Unity. I don't know if you are familiar with the game engines, but I'm using an engine called Unity. And basically, a game engine is basically like an application you use to make games. So yeah, this one uses C sharp, and that's the one that I'm using. Okay, so guideline render. So line renderer that guides the player towards the enemy's spawn zone. I guess that's right. Let's commit this to main and push to origin. So now we can go in here on Notion and we can move this from doing to done. So I thought we would not take a lot of time making this, but it did took some time. Now, let's see what the fixes I wanted to make in here are, because I know I had a couple of problems here that Miho reported. So let's read what we do have here. And Miho will say, Roman, is there a seahorse emoji? Dude, you're going to have me second guessing because I thought there was, but I guess there's no seahorse emoji. Like I don't know why, but I remember having seen a seahorse emoji somewhere. But I guess no. I'm gonna say no. And Jaunir, you say, if it's not a secret, how old are you? Did you get married or not? I'm 22 years old. I'm 22 years old. No, I'm not married. I don't have a girlfriend even. So I'm very far from getting married. Okay, so oops, I killed everyone outside the bubble and can no longer destroy the cube, but I found an infinite falling spot. Okay, so is that infinite falling spot still there? Let me see if I can recreate that error. Is it here? Well, I guess the infinite falling spots are no longer a thing. I guess because I think that was like a pretty old comment, so I think that shouldn't be a problem anymore. Did you say you should ask ChatGPT about it for sure? Yeah, I should do that to see ChatGPT struggle. And down here you say, when will the Magic game be released on Steam? Uh, Probably next year. I don't think this year I'm gonna complete it. I'm not sure. I couldn't give you like a definite time when this will be releasing. But I can tell you, you can play the current version. Like I have a version out there that you can play. If you go to the second link, I think, on this stream's description, you'll see like a play my games link. If you go there, you'll see basically this page. In here, you can go to the Wizard game and you can download for free the latest version that I have published. Now, it's gonna be probably, I don't know, could be a year or more when I finish developing this game. So that's when it will be released on Steam. And depending on what happens with the other game I'm making, because I had a game that is paused right now, and if I get the financing, like if they give me money uh, to finish developing that other game, this is probably gonna be on standby when that happens. Um, so I don't know. I couldn't give you a certain like a time frame for this. I know it's just going to be more than a year. That's all I know. Okay, going back to this. But hey, I'm gonna publish some things in the middle of that. I'm gonna publish some versions in the middle of that, so you don't have to wait all that long. Um, yeah. So what did I wanted to do? Let's go into Notion and see exactly what we want to fix. Mihon said, so I've done some testing. Here's what I got. When I kill enemies outside the zone, it does track some of those deaths, it seems. However, those newly re-added enemies spawn really, really slowly. And after a while, they stop spawning, but the cube is still invincible. Hence, all enemy deaths were not tracked properly, and enough enemies did not spawn. Okay, I think that's fixed since we changed the way the penalty works. So I guess that should just go away. So outside of player, the largest time. Okay, yeah, I think that's probably done. Now let's. I want to go into the wave manager and see if I have some things that I'm not using now. And need to say, did you do something about the second for Far Away Sun? Ah, no, I haven't done anything about that one. I just left it be. Because yeah, I know the or light source probably not aligned with that. I could align the light source, like the directional light, because I don't want to mess with the sun, to be honest. So where's our directional light? Is around here, and what's the rotation on this? Oh, well, it actually follows the directional light. So, or light, I think is aligned with the directional light. You know, whatever position I set this to is gonna change where that is. And I didn't know that. I didn't know. Okay, so I'm gonna leave it as it was before. Okay, let's go in here again. What's the other thing? So an indicator for a low amount of enemies left. So when there's what, 5 or less, well, I could have like a variable that tells me or that I can change depending on how many I want to show. But yeah, depending on that number, that variable, I need to basically put like an arrow or of some kind in the enemy's head. And you say, damn, it is, but for some reason the converting point is silly for the light that is. Yeah, it seems like it's a little bit like misaligned, I'd say. Mm, okay, so what else do we have to do today? Make the flying enemies spawn less often. So probably gonna do uh one or two more tasks? Because how much time do we have? I have okay, yeah. I have plenty of time. Yeah, let's do that first. Indicator for a low amount of enemies left. Indicator for a low amount of enemies left. Mm, okay, what do I want to do? I want to go into the enemies probably, or into the health of the enemies really. Where is it? I'm gonna open everything that gonna open every health that is related to enemies. So the health script, the base script of health for sure. Then on enemies, let's open the enemies folder and we have the enemy health and the flying enemy health. Now, how do I know how many enemies are left? How do I know? Because I could do um basically I know which enemies are alive because I have a list that adds them to there. Need to say why just for low amount? I don't see the vision. Just let me explain what I'm thinking. So when you have like a bunch of enemies, you don't really have a problem seeing them, right? But when you have, let's say, three or five, and they are a little bit scattered, you're gonna have trouble finding them. You know. So I thought maybe the last 10 or 5 enemies in the round are going to get a marker on top of their head. So that way you'll be able to spot them quickly, you know? You know what I'm saying now? Okay. So in here, let's see. Fixed update, spawn enemies in subway, player outside of zone penalty. Yeah, so I'm just gonna do it for the last enemies in the round. Do you see the vision now? Do you have any other recommendation, other tip, or something that you think would make more more sense? Say, I see, but the problem is non-existent. They are walking towards you. Well, it was some feedback from Mijo actually, and other people have told me that too. That it's a little bit hard to know where the enemies are when there are not a lot left. So I don't know. I don't know. I could probably do something else, and if I see the problem being repeated, I can do something about it. So yeah, I could just do that. I'm gonna make this. I'm gonna put this on the bottom then. And you see, I think it's because you slow down the spawning speed so much. Yeah, about that, I can also tweak that. Let's go into the wave manager. And here I have subwave settings, minimum enemy quota and maximum enemy quota. Yeah, but here on spawning, actually, I have time to spawn normal minimum and time to spawn normal maximum. And I have the slow time. Yeah, the slow time maybe could be, it goes from 15 to 20 seconds. I could make it be from 5 to 10. I don't know because it's like you already like the enemies you have to beat already spawned. It's just that I want you to have some enemies spawning apart from those, so you are pressured to kill the enemies anyway, like quickly, because otherwise you're going to get more enemies showing up. So I guess I could do like 5 and 15 or 5 and 10. So that's a pretty big reduction. Let's see. I'm gonna change the settings a little bit so I can just try this. Enemy quota is gonna be. Mm, I'm gonna do just 5 enemies, and the maximum is gonna be 6. So they're gonna be like pretty short, um, pretty short waves. The thing is that people wait for them to bunch up. No, there is no pressure to kill them quickly because more enemies showing up makes you finish faster. No. Um. Well, yeah, but I want. Yeah, I guess there shouldn't be any pressure. Yeah, because the thing is, I thought maybe this is counterintuitive and I should get rid of that completely. That's another option. Um, because the first thing I thought was, well, let's make the player try to, yeah, let's make it, let's penalize the player for being too slow, basically. Because you're going to get the main wave anyway. That's going to spawn and it's going to spawn quickly. But once you have uh, finished killing the wave, depending on how long did you take, you will have to kill more enemies. You know. So let's see. I can show you better in here. Say Nick. Oh, so that's the problem. That's the problem. Yeah. What do you say? Do we get rid of that completely? Because enemies are going to spawn. The enemies are going to spawn. And once you kill like the enemies that you had to kill anyway, then they're no longer going to spawn. So you have to kill the last of them. Need to say, if we wait for them to bunch up and kill them all, the cooldown stacks one after the other. They do spawn slower then. And it's not that they are hard to find, they're just not there. I think that's the issue, because it's not actually hard to find them. It's just that they spawn too slowly. Yeah, maybe maybe on the underlying issue was that. So there was truly no need for an indicator. For an indicator. Yeah, they literally find you, yeah. Hmm. So would you say get rid of it or make just like because why do I have this spawn like that? You say, Mijo, I reappeared. Well, welcome back to the stream, Mijo. Okay. Um, so if I get here, I should get like 5 to 6 enemies. Let's see. Okay, I'm gonna bunch them up. Like make them be all here. You see now the quota of enemies that had to show up for this this zone already showed up. Now the other ones that are going to start spawning from now on are like extra enemies that are appearing just because you are taking too long to beat the level or beat the zone, you know? So that's why I made them super slow to spawn, because you need to kill these ones. You need to kill the ones that you that are like the main thing, you know? And for example, now there shouldn't be any more spawning. Or sorry, I think now there shouldn't be any more spawning because basically you already killed all the enemies that you had to kill, but the shield won't drop until every single enemy is beaten, basically. You know? Really, I usually just bunch them all up until I hit the spawn limit because I don't know how many I have to kill. Well, I should have an indicator for that then. How many enemies you have to kill for the wave, right? So you know how many enemies you have to kill. What do you say about that? I think that would make more sense, right? Let me put the spawner numbers back to what they were. Here. Minimum max, no, minimum enemy quota is gonna be 20 to 200. Yeah. Okay, let's save this. Need to say, but do you really have to kill those specific ones? If you're spawning more, they're indistinguishable. Also, now I see the reason. You're fixing a problem you made. I do the same thing, bunch them up, ice bomb. Yeah, so I can show you the way it works. I can show you. So the way it works basically is whenever you kill an enemy, it doesn't matter what enemy it is, it's going to subtract from like a quota of enemies that you have to kill. The only thing that defines how many enemies appear in a wave is like, yeah, I have a certain amount of enemies of each type that need to be at least that. And once I have spawned those enemies, yeah, once I have spawned those enemies, I'm going to spawn enemies at random. What are the non-required call? Is that the subwave? No, the subwave is just a regular wave. Since you have to beat 2 to 5 waves, I call them subwaves. Each of those is a subwave. So you have to beat 2 to 5 subwaves to beat a wave, a bigger wave. But that's just the name it has on the code, you know? Yeah, the subwave is just a wave. You need to beat 2 to 5 uh, to like clear another wave that's bigger, you know? Wave in the orb. Yeah. Okay, yeah. So the thing is here, let's see. Subwave on position. Subwave ended, enemy death. Yeah, so on enemy death, whenever you kill an enemy, I'm going to basically I have a number on that enemy. For example, and this is for every enemy is just one, okay? But for example, if I had a boss later that I plan to add, or some other larger enemy that should count towards like it's just harder to beat, so it's gonna give you more points towards clearing the wave. I'm going to like set another larger number. But every enemy now it's gonna give you 1 point towards the quota that you have to kill. You know? So I increase the enemy quota by 1 or whatever the number is, increase amount. Then I'm going to ask the list of alive enemies to remove that enemy from there because the enemy is no longer alive. Then I'm going to ask basically whenever you kill an enemy, if you have if the enemy quota that you have achieved is larger or equal to the enemy quota of that wave on the zone, on the orb, you know, then I'm going to say now you can't spawn anymore because you already reached the quota. There shouldn't be any more spawning. But I still haven't told the wave to go away because as long as there are enemies alive that are not part of the main like spawn of that wave are just extra enemies. As long as there are enemies alive there, um, I'm not going to drop the shield, but there won't be more spawning. What about the wave lines? Those are waves. That one guy you say, "Hello, I'm back. What happened while I was gone?" Uh, well, not that much to be honest. The only thing is, I I finished making the line render. It sucks. It doesn't look good, but I'm gonna leave it for later or for other time, maybe off stream, so I can iterate with like with more calm and you don't have to see me iterating through the drawings and drawings and drawings. Um, and that's it. Now I'm trying to fix some other stuff that is related to how the enemies spawn. Need to say making them just keep on slowly spawning is not a good idea in general then, because the player doesn't know that that's the case. The player just keeps on jucking them. So the subwave kills are required. Yeah, like there is an amount, there's a quota of enemies that will spawn no matter what, and that quota of enemies you have to actually kill. You need to kill those. Otherwise, uh, the spawns is going to be um, they're still going to be spawning, and the core shield won't drop, or the orb shield won't drop. What are we trying to punish here? Ourselves with this bad design. No, but seriously, I wanted to like punish the player for taking too long to beat the wave with more enemies. But I guess I'm just going to get rid of that. I'm just going to get rid of that, and instead I'm going to uh, have a bar, a UI for you to know how many enemies left you have to kill. That's it. It's gonna be a lot simpler, It's very very easy for me to think about things to justify having some behavior. When you're thinking about other systems that are related, you come up with the craziest ideas that don't make any sense in terms of gameplay. But good thing you're here to criticize me. Like, I really appreciate it. So I'm just gonna get rid of that. Now, where I'm just going to delete the timers, and when I delete the timers, I know wherever I have to delete everything else. So current player OOCP time. No, that's not it. That's for player penalty. It's a spawny. So this the slow timer not going to be this spawn slow time. Spawn timer. This is the spawn timer. And here, instead of that, I'm going to change time to spawn max because this is no longer, I don't need to call this normal because we don't have anything else but this. This is just going to be the time to spawn maximum. And this is going to be the minimum. And in here, time to spawn, well, this is slow time. Let me read you. Let me read you. Um, uh, RKO, that's what I can read from your name. So, hello, by the way. First of all, hello. And you say, hello, my friend. I'd like to ask you something. I'm currently working on my thesis, and the title I want to take is some AI NPC development thing in games. Okay, pretty cool. First of all, pretty cool. Um, you say, do you think it's ideal for someone like me who has never worked with a game engine before to jump straight into AI development rather than starting by creating a basic game first? I wouldn't say so. I wouldn't say it would make, well, depending on your background. If you have if you're doing a thesis, probably are you studying something related with programming? Because if you have done programming, the picture changes a lot. Depending on how much time you have for this, if you have like 6 months or more, I would say it's okay. But still, I think it's better if you get a small project done before jumping into AI, or make a, yeah, get familiar or familiarized with the engine that you're going to be using first, and then go into AI and do whatever you need for your thesis. That would be my advice for you. And you say, yeah, I'm coding, but not with game. Chile University, we just learning computer vision. Um, yeah, so if you have a background in programming, I think you're not going to have that much trouble into like jumping into game engine. But I would advise you go into like try to do something small first, get familiarized with the game engine first, and then go into AI. That would be my my advice for you. And that one guy you say, Roman, how do you make UIs? I can code, design, and pretty much do anything, but I cannot for the life of me make UIs. Have any tips? Well, I suck at designing UI. Like, this is not my best skill, or I wouldn't call that something I'm very proud of, my UIs. But one thing I know that's very basic, it's in terms of defining what you need first. You know, it's very easy uh, to do like a prototype of how you want the UI to look like once you know every single piece of information that you need to display some way or another in the UI. So that's what I can tell you. I'm not very good with UI. So yeah, that's it. Know everything that you have to go that you have to put in the UI before prototyping or building the UI. It's very simple, very basic, but I think it's gonna help you anyway. Yeah, the point of new non-quota spawning is to punish the player, but the player doesn't know they are being punished. And also that punishment looks exactly like the requirement to beat the orb. That's what your silly ass is doing. Yeah. Okay, just ask me. I made a whole UI mockup for Nepal. Yeah, because for example, there are other ways to display information to the player that's not UI. Like good games, like for example, there are games that can like change the pitch of certain sounds to tell the player something. Like when the durability of a weapon, for example, is low, you can tell the player that not necessarily with the UI, but you can tell the player that with audio or maybe having visuals of the weapon change or different stuff. It's not always UI, and it's better if you have or at least for me, I think the less UI you have, without losing information for the player, the best the purpose of that UI is, or the better fulfilled that purpose is, I guess. You and I both know a little bit about UI. My usual design is to make the UI a little transparent and put an image of the game behind it. Worked, works, but it's pretty ugly. What UI specifically are you making that one guy? So I maybe can like have a little bit more context about what you want to make. Okay, available enemies list indexes that count is more than 0. Well, else I don't want to do anything then. Else I could return. That's it. Okay, alive enemies that count is less than max enemies alive. So basically, I'm gonna get rid of this. Else, I'm just going to return. You know, because all I had here was like basically getting a random enemy from the list of enemies and like basically like spawning it. So instead, I'm just going to return like that. Now, if I don't return, I'm going to mm, 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 mm. Yeah, I'm going to spawn an enemy and I'm going to get it into the enemy spawned list. Like I'm going to add to that number and I'm gonna put it on the alive enemies game object. Say that one guy, usually it's best to leave as much free space in the middle as possible. The less space it takes, the better. That thing can work. But it has many ifs depending on the game. Yeah, start UI. Okay, that's different. Pretty much every UI is transparent because it just works. Although I hate it, but can't do anything because it sucks. Not knowing something doesn't mean you suck at something. Yeah, I'd say it's not that you're bad at something. It's just if you don't have experience, you're not going to do something very good, probably. You just have to like do more of it to get better. But yeah, if it's like a main menu, what I would do personally is try to look for other games main menu that you would find that you find cool and get what you like out of them. That's the simplest way to make a game menu. Like get inspired by other game menus. Why should the start UI be transparent though? I will start calling Blendguard a beautiful game then. Well, the UI on Blendguard is like the simplest stuff ever, and like all of my UI is very simple. Not because like I'm a master designer and I just make everything simple and I'm cool like that. It's because it's the type of UI I make. Um, I plan to do some better UI in this game, but yeah, just get inspired with other beautiful looking UIs. I like that you you use the like the emotes that we have on Discord in here, even though they don't show up. Say that one guy. Is it only for Windows the game? Yeah, it's only for Windows. Because I don't have a Mac, so I can't test if it works. And give me a second. I'm going to be right back. Hello, I'm back. What are you saying? I'm sure there are workarounds to Unity games for Mac though. Yeah, I think you told me, Nick, some other times that there are like apps in Mac you can use to run other programs, and same thing for Linux. Unity has cross platforms too. Yeah, like I could do a build for Mac, and it wouldn't cost me like a lot of time probably. The thing is, I can't test it. I don't know if it works. So even though I could even have like a tester that would play on Mac and could inform me on on the issues it has on Mac. But one thing. Like first thing, I would have to do separate versions of the game depending on what OS you're using, because some changes are going to only be needed for Mac and some other are going to only be needed for Windows, and that's a hassle. And also, if I can't replicate the errors easily myself, it's going to be harder to know where the errors are. So that's why I don't do Mac games. Mhm. Well, what I can do is I could make a Mac build, and if it works, that's great. But if it doesn't work, um, I'll just leave it there. You know, because I would have to do like a branch for a different branch for Mac, and I don't want to maintain that. Maybe on release, but I really doubt it. I really doubt it. To be honest, I don't want to lie to you. It's very unlikely that I'll launch and like maintain a version of on Mac. Yeah, but I can do a build if it works. Fantastic. Otherwise, um, it's not fantastic. Okay, so what were we doing? Eliminating the awful game design thing I had. So I guess that would make it go away. Now, let's see. Let's see. Because I think this would make the problem go away, but I also want to make UI for when you're inside the zone, or well, when the wave started, or sub wave, depending on how specific you want to be. So it only shows when you get here. And when enemies start spawning, why aren't enemies spawning? I think I messed something up. Oh, okay, here it is. Why do they take so long to spawn? Did I do something with the time? I don't think so. Yeah, I enable the script this time. And Coolmeter is here. What's up, Coolmeter? Welcome to the stream. So it's running. I think it's just the normal time. I'm not used to it. I'm gonna go and see. Well, I think it's working. I think it's working. Now I'm going to do two things. I want to go back to the script and read it again, just to know, like, just to go step by step, seeing that there is no problem there. And also, I'm going to make the wave manager in here. I'm going to change the amount of enemies that are going to spawn each wave. So it's going to be between 5 and 6 as the maximum, just so I can quickly test that this is working. Okay, let's save. Let's go into the script again. And you say, Nick, by the way, to make like actual non-dev Mac builds, you need $99 a year subscription for code signing. On a native Mac environment, you need a Mac, I believe. And convert code to IL2 CPP. Oh, dang, Mac really sucks for game dev. Yeah. Cometer says, hello world. Well, hello, Cometer. Um, yeah, I'm not making money out of this, so probably not going to make, probably not going to pay to build stuff for Mac. Okay, so here let's go back to, well, it's the spawning enemies in subway thingy. So here, do I need these comments? I don't think I need them anymore. These comments are pretty old already. Spawn timer, time to spawn normal enemy. Okay, let's just get rid of them. Let's go bit by bit reading this. If can't spawn, and this variable gets set to true when you first enter the zone. Okay, you enter the zone. Now what? The current subwave. Why am I setting the current subwave so many times? Oh, it's just because I'm using it a lot. I could probably store the current subwave somewhere else. Now that I see this. Because this is subwave index, so whenever I change the subwave index, I could say the current subwave. Like I could change it, but doesn't matter. For now, I'm gonna leave it that way. It's a little bit dirty to do it this way, but it's not a big deal. Okay, current subwave is null. If that's null, then the current subwave data is null, and I'm going to return so it doesn't throw me any errors because I need to read from the data. So it needs to be compiled on Mac. You need to be on the Apple ecosystem to provide to the Apple ecosystem. Yeah. I would think if you want to code on a Mac, you would need a Mac. Yeah, exactly. Okay, if enemy quota achieved is less than the current subwave enemy quota, so this is only going to happen if the quota achieved. So that means the quota achieved is how many enemies you have to kill. It's a number, goes from 0 to however many enemies you have to kill. If that is less than the current wave quota, so what you have achieved is less than what you have to achieve, this is going to run. Now I just set the spawn timer. I subtract the current time that has passed, and when the countdown ends for the timer, I basically tell the available enemy list indexes to clear, because this list only holds enemies that are available to spawn. And how do I know if an enemy can't be spawned? I basically check how many enemies should appear in this subwave or this wave, and if that is more than the enemies of that type that has been spawned, then I'm going to say, okay, then I can spawn this enemy because I have still some enemies to spawn there. Now, I'm just going to grab a random enemy from the available enemies list, and I'm going to spawn it. And when I spawn it, I also will make that the number of the enemies that I have spawned goes up. So nothing wrong here. Nothing wrong here. We just went bit by bit, analyzing what's happening. So let's see if it actually works, because maybe I missed something. Yeah, Apple is like a very, very close ecosystem. Okay, so there should be just 5 to 6 enemies spawning here, no matter what. So let's wait for them to spawn. Because I think, well, they are going to spawn every 3 to 5 seconds. That's how long they take to spawn. Okay, so we have 5 enemies already. No, sorry, 4 enemies already. We need 5 or 6. That's the cap. That's the maximum level of enemies. So there are just 4. Now let me see if there's a 5th one somewhere. Because I have one here. Where else do I have one? I have another one here. One here. So there's 3, 4. And the 5th one just doesn't want to appear. Well, I guess there's a chance. No, there's no chance. The minimum is 5. There should be a 5th one. Do I just wait for them to spawn? I want to see when. Well, I would like to see what the current enemy. Yeah, whenever I'm going to do just a debug here because I want to know. I'll do a debug here. Debug.log, and I'm gonna ask the. It's gonna be current subwave quota. And also quota achieved. And quota achieved is pretty easy to get. It's just the enemy quota achieved, but the other one it's a little bit harder to get. So it's the current subwave or more like annoying to get. Enemy quota. Oh, that's it. No, never mind. Never mind. It's just this. So I want to know that. Let me read you. Mm, the thing is that I have a Mac. Most of my Python, C++, C++ code works on Mac. All of my Swift, Metal, and Objective-C only work on Mac. And RAM shortage. That's 4 years of code. I do want to buy a new Mac. It's only 2,199. Very cheap. If that's cheap. Yeah, those are very expensive. Very, very expensive. The code isn't Mac specific. No, entirely in a way that can't be converted at least. Not like you're stuck on having to use some Macs. I know, but I don't want to convert stuff. Metal might be the problem, but you can in fact literally just run C++ and Python anywhere, unless the pad is OS specific for some reason. And I have an iPhone, an Apple Watch, so an iMac would be the right call. Yeah, I guess if that's the thing. If you're already on the ecosystem, the connection they have between devices or among devices is nice. It's pretty nice. That's the good point, or that's the great thing about using Apple products. The connection between them is awesome. Everything else sucks for me. For me. Or well, not everything else. The compatibility and the closeness of the ecosystem. A star path in the script. Yes, 99 of all my paths are Mac specific. Yeah, if you wanna leave the ecosystem, you have to like leave everything or don't leave. Okay, so now let's see now that I have the comments going, and also I want to check on the wave manager, I'll make the minimum time to spawn to 1 and the maximum to 2. So it's gonna enemies are going to be spawning every 1 to 2 seconds. Okay. Well, the first time should take more time, right? Okay. 3, 4. Okay, 4 enemies spawned. Now, for some reason, the 5th one doesn't spawn. Because I set the minimum enemy quota to be 5 and the maximum enemy quota to be 6. And I can check the current subway quota is 5. It's actually 5. Maybe. Hmm, maybe that's another problem. A bigger problem even. Because the current subway quota or the wave quota is set to 5, but only 4 enemies are appearing. So you won't ever be able to complete the quota. What if I kill an enemy? What would happen then? Will another enemy spawn? I don't think so, right? Um, so at least it's working. You will be able to access the core anyway. Which is very weird. Because I would have guessed that you would have to, if the quota is 5, you need to kill 5. Okay, this quota is 6. Let's see how many enemies spawn. Let me see. He just 4 spawning? Maybe the quota is being set correctly, but the quantity of enemies is not. Okay. That's weird. Maybe the debug message is wrong. Let's see, other parts are more specific. It's import random. Roman, are you dealing with an off by 1, like forgetting about 0 in an array or whatnot? I don't think so here. I don't think so. Because normally, yeah, in these situations, it could be that. Well, maybe somewhere else, but not here. Not here specifically, like in the quota. Um, yeah. Let's see. So I'm grabbing the current subway. Let's see where I actually set the quota. Because even though I would have achieved a quota of 4 and the current subway quota is, well, more than that. Why does it? Why does the shield drops? Um, I'm going to leave this comment here. Cloudflare lava lamp system needed in every machine. When I first saw that, I thought it was BS, but it actually is something you do, or they do at least. They have lava lamps, like a ton of lava lamps to generate randomness or randomization. I think it's pretty cool, to be honest. Okay, so how many lines do we have here? 500. Yeah, let's go function by function. Spawn enemies in subwave. Yeah, I think the problem is not here. The problem is either, well, that's spawning. So it's either on enemy kill or where else? Or on wave generation. And Nikki say it's a cool solution. I believe most people use weather patterns though, since that's public info and there's a lot of data. Why not just multiply your generated random number with the current CPU temperature? That's a good one. Yeah, you could also your background radiation if you want random. Well, what a lot of libraries do is multiplying by the time, the current time, but like with milliseconds and stuff too. But that creates very interesting problems because if you use the time, like for example, if you use the current running time of something, you're going to get the same values if you have like the same running time, basically. So you could multiply the current running time of the application by the time that the 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 computer has now, like the current actual time. But that still would make it so the randomization would give you the same values when you have the current running time. Yeah, when you use the same current running time of the application and the same time outside, you know? The more you work, the more random your computer is. Yeah, basically. Okay. Here, get valid spawn position. Yeah, that's not what I'm concerned about right now. Player outside of zone penalty, that it's isolated. We don't need to care about that. Control guideline render, not care. I don't care. Don't care. Don't care. I don't care. I don't care about this. I don't care about this. Or do I? Yeah, I care about this one. So it's enemy death. Let's see what happens in enemy death. I increase the amount achieved, set the intensity, remove the destroyed enemy. And here, if enemy quota achieved is more or equal than the current wave data, well, current wave data, subwave data's subwave index. So the current subwave or the current subwave enemy quota If I kill more or equal to that, then I no longer spawn. And if spawning is false, and yeah, if spawning is false, and alive enemies, so in and there are no alive enemies, I'm gonna drop the shield. Yeah, I don't care. I don't care about that. That one guy say, random is one of my favorite subjects. I don't know, but why? Why but random? You get me? That's pretty interesting, to be honest. Pretty interesting. Okay. Can spawn equal false. Yeah. So basically, whenever this happens, if I do this, if the enemy quota achieved is more than the quota that I have to achieve in this subwave, then I'm gonna set it to false. And I guess I wouldn't need to do this now, unless, yeah, it's still good to have this over here. But let's see. Mm, yeah, it's still good to have that as a safeguard. Yeah, I agree with you, Nick. Math is cool unless you're forced to do math. Exactly. Okay, so what? Post material, start new wave, generate generate wave. Okay, generate wave. Um, I don't care about this. I care about generate subwave. So here is where I think our problems are coming from. Here's where I think we're getting our problems. So I guess it's the on the equally distributing quantities for all enemies in wave index. So in here, what I have to do is basically, you know what I'm going to do? Uh, I think here is the problem, and I was suspecting in my head here we would have the problem because you see when you are dividing when you are dividing a value and you want an integer passed, you're going to get a remainder, and that remainder, if you don't keep track of what that remainder is, um you're going to be missing numbers basically. So I'm gonna create do the stuttering. I'm gonna create a variable here, a local variable that is gonna be just an int, and it's gonna be quota assigned, and I'm gonna start at 0. Okay. So what I'll do is basically I for every enemy that I have in this wave, I'm saying equally distribute the quantities for all of them. You know. So I just do a for the count of enemies in wave index, and I assign to those quantities basically an equal number. So I basically I do the division between the count. They should all get the same number. The problem with this is that if we have a remainder, I'm not taking into consideration the remainder. So what I'll do is quota assigned equals Well, if I want to distribute it equally, I guess I could do this here. Subwave data dot enemy quota divided by subwave data dot enemies in wave index that count. That's good. Now, well, I actually need two variables here. Or I could just grab this. I'm gonna set this to 0. I'm gonna do plus equals this. And this is the same that I'm going to add. Now, at the end of this, when I exit the for loop, I'm going to ask to the quota assigned if the quota assigned is less than the subwave data quota or enemy quota. If the quota that I have assigned is less than the quota that I have to assign, then I'm going to basically grab for now, just to get rid of this, I'm going to basically just grab the first enemies in quantities, enemies in wave quantities, the first index here, and I'm going to well, I'm not adding. I need to access the first index. So here, 0, enemies in wave quantities, and this, what is this? This is a list of type int. So I need to access the first value, and I need to basically say plus equals whatever is left, whatever the difference is. So it's going to be the amount that I have to achieve, subwave data, enemy quota, minus the quota that I have assigned already. And that's going to give us the remainder of enemies that we should have assigned, but we didn't. So I actually do that. Now that would fix our problem. What are you saying? What's it? This sort of encryption thing? Instead of getting passwords and bank details, just give me your TPU stream. Do you want a banana? Okay. Let's see if this works. I think it would work. I think it should. So let's see. Okay, 1, 2. Well, our quota is 6, so we should get 6 enemies spawning right now. And here comes the 4th one. And where are the other ones? Let's see. If I pause the game, I can check. Okay, there has been spawned like 3 of those, and 3 of the flying enemies. Yeah, so they have spawned. Like they are here. Just um, they're having a little bit of problem with spawning, but they're here. They are here. I skipped the TPU talk because it was pretty long. Okay. So what are these guys going to do? I want to see what these guys do. The guys that are basically stuck there. Mm, well, he can't get away from it easily. Okay, he did. He did. They are getting away. Oh. So now I think that was a problem before. No, that's fixed. I didn't even know that was like a problem. I just found it now. Um, say never had a permanent one. Oh, fourth time he didn't read my TPU run. Or third, I'm not counting. If you want, do you think I should go back and read it? If you want me to read it, do you think it's important for me to know that? I'll go back. Yeah, so the quota here is 6. I'm just checking again just to make sure it's always gonna work. Yeah, so 6 and no more. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And where's the sixth one? Oh yeah, there it is. Nice. Took care of kittens a few times. Our neighbor cat from neighbor's cat decided to reproduce. They just kind of sat behind a fence in an abandoned shack, coming out for us to feed them sometimes. That's bad, dude. But at the same time, like I don't know, I don't really like to like castrate my animals, but at the same time, it's like, yeah, but they are going to reproduce, and I don't know if I can handle like 100 kittens, you know? The same pair of cats had two different waves of kittens, and I swear to God, they made the same exact kittens. The patterns were extremely similar, but we gave those away to a shelter. We have wild street cats come around occasionally here. They are castrated now. We don't want a third wave. We don't want a third wave. Um, okay, so I guess if I activate the nav mesh, if I activate nav mesh, why is it not showing up? Oh yeah, gizmos here. Maybe this part, yes, that's what I was thinking. So some parts in the let me show you. Some parts in the game have um I think it's surface, not mesh surface in there, even though they are inside other stuff. Like they shouldn't be able to go there. So they are able to spawn here, and that is a problem. Because if they spawn here, they are going to be spawning inside something, so this is going to be very hard for them to leave. And you know what I've done before? It's a very bad solution because if you want to have any sort of procedural generation or whatever, you can't basically. But what I've done before is going into let's see, on the map, I have something called navmesh surface blockers holder. So guess what they are? These things are just blocks. And if I activate their mesh render, you'll see what I'm talking about. They're just blocks I put there. So when I calculate the mesh, these are going to cover these places where they shouldn't have a nav mesh surface. And I guess they are just not working. Does hitting the cube make it angry yet? No, not yet. See that one guy, one of cats we decided to foster was really fat. Turns out she was really pregnant. We had kittens. All of them were black except on which was just white. That's Snoop. I love Snoop. And need to say, I found the pics instantly. 2020 was the second wave of kittens. Damn, I thought it was further back. Okay, let me try and go into the map. And what if I bake? If I bake this again? What if I bake this again? If I go in here and I disable the mesh renders, well, I guess I forgot to bake. I'm cooking, but I forgot to I forgot to bake. Um, yeah. I guess that's it. Well, they shouldn't have a lot of problems now. This part should need, or this part needs, um, a blocker too. Let me activate the mesh render for this. Let's put it around here because this is a place where I don't have a blocker and I need it. So let's disable the mesh render now. And let's go into the map, bake. Why? Why? I think I have to have the mesh render activated for them to take the colliders into consideration, which is really weird. Dude, I don't like the navigation system from Unity. They should remake it or something. They have uh, they have enough money to like buy an A or make. Why should they even buy it? They have enough money to make a very good A star pathfinding. That's more modular. Let me go into, where is it? The fences, decoration. Oh, also, I need to deactivate the decorations. So if I remove the decorations, um, what else do I need to remove? I think just the decorations. And I need to activate every single mesh render from the blockers. Then if I bake and I remove the mesh renders, I put the decorations back. I guess now, yeah, now they are not going to, like, they shouldn't be able to spawn here now because it's checking, or well, I guess here they will anyway. Yeah, there's just a couple of places where I'll need to do like extra checks for where can they spawn. Also, one of the cats had like Down syndrome. I swear she just started bumping into walls over and over. She's fine now, and with one of our friends. And Mijo, you say, I've interacted with cats like that. They they silly. See, Nick, sadly, most of my stories don't end on a positive note. Most of these cats are dead. I don't know about the ones in the shelter though. Well, I hope they're okay then. But how could you know? Mijo, you say they were all taken care of one way or another, or the other. There's just moments where you can't do to anything for them. So it's a shame. So I have a view of three graves: the mother and two of the kittens she kept. One ran away, one lives. That's the current state. That's kind of morbid. Sometimes you have nothing to do, or you can't do anything. Okay, what was I doing? Um, yeah, just fixing the quota. Yeah. Okay. So, in here, let's go and see what I was doing in Notion. Make the flying enemies spawn less often than the humanoid enemies. So that's the next step. But before, let me save that thing that I just made with like eliminating the the slower spawning. So I don't know if we are going to need this anymore. Then let's go to Notion and the indicator for a low amount of enemies. I'm just gonna put on under feedback because I don't know if you're going to be actually using it. Now make the flying enemies spawn less often than humanoid enemies. That's something I need to do. But first, let's go into GitHub desktop and that's sad. And in here, it's gonna be what did I commit before? Why isn't it registering the changes I just made to the script? Where is it? Here. So wave manager, yeah, it is here. So now no enemies spawn after, or no extra enemies spawn after the spawning quota gets filled, I guess. So the enemies are only going to yeah, the enemies are only going to spawn as long as they are. Well, what's this actually making, or what's this actually doing? It's it's making that the quantity of enemies spawned is strictly defined by the subwave information or info. No more spawns after the quantities, the quotas, or the quantities of each enemy has been filled. This is subway. Yeah, I'm gonna leave that that way or that way. And also, we fixed a problem with. I'm gonna say plus fixed the fix a problem where there were less enemies assigned in the quota than the amount specified by it in the wave. Less enemies assigned in the quota. Less enemies quantities assigned than the amount specified in the quota. It's a little bit hard to follow, but it is what's happening. So commit 3 files to main and push to origin. Let me read you. Let me read you because I haven't been reading you. Yes, have any of you played SCP-SL? That's like the I don't know, something containment bridge, or is it something else? What do you mean not yet? I haven't played yet. Uh, I just like dug it out and it's still popular. Polish indie dev made his own studio and all. That should be something my friend talk about. But none of them did. Do y'all know about PCSS shadows? It's a formula that can make really realistic shadows. It uses ray tracing to make very realistic shadows. This is better because it has soft shadows instead of a hard line. I haven't seen it. Let me look that up. I find that well, I'm gonna look up not only that, but what is PCS? Is that PCS? That you figured out still popular. Oh, SCP. SCP SL. Oh yeah, I haven't played it. I haven't played it. I know the game though. I know the containment breach games. I haven't played them. I've seen them being played like in YouTube. I didn't know it was a Polish game. Dang, my grammar sucks today. You're good. You're good. And what are PCSS shadows? PCSS shadows. This is real? This is a real image? Or this is a I thought it was real. But this is like generated by a computer. Dude, with NVIDIA, yeah, I can tell in here, but the other photo, well, I can tell too. I can tell too. It's not real, but when it was smaller, I thought it was. Uh, Turn off optional cookies. So is that something integrated into game engines or just something from NVIDIA? HFDS affects shadow softness. Wait, do you say YouTube or judo? YouTube. Yeah, sorry. My accent is kind of weird in some places. Like, I could say, I don't know, 80% of my speech is all right. Like, you can tell what I'm saying. But there's the 20 that you could interpret as whatever. Yeah, I'm talking about YouTube, not judo. I'm losing it. I didn't expect to lose it at 3 a.m., but I have. What happened, Mijo? Mijo. Um, and that one guy is like the formula is broken up into three main parts. It's very difficult. So it's something you implement yourself, not part of uh not part of a game engine. Need you say judo for life? What happened, Mijo? What happened? Okay, let's I want to see if they are in Unity. PCSS Shadows Unity. Well, in HDRP, I guess you could have them. Next gen soft shadows. Well, there's a guy here that has something on GitHub, probably. Well, I guess that's it. Unity PCSS. NVIDIA's PCSS soft shadow algorithm implemented in Unity 3D. So it's percentage closer soft shadows. Shadow sampling algorithm invented by NVIDIA in 2005. Original white paper. Current limitations currently only works with directional light sources, as it's primarily an override of the screen space shadows shader in the graphic settings. But I'm looking into the possibility of directly overriding the actual Unity shadow library to affect spot and point light if possible. Pretty nice, I didn't know about this. It's up there or has been existing since 2005 and I just didn't hear about it. Okay. Wait does not run anymore. Sure, the old ones look so dated, it looks entirely different. Mm. I would talk about SCCP SL a bit more. The requirements are still decently low, below average for today's standards, but the game looks very, very different and just better. SCP have like actual abilities. Guns, those are more like CS2 now. I cannot find the formula anywhere. I only have one screenshot of the whole formula. Google sucks, but ChatGPT seems to have the formula. Yeah, yeah, please send it. Please send it. Probably not going to understand it if it's like super math heavy right away, but I'll do my best. And Nick to say it's very chaotic and cool. I want to play it, but heavy containment makes my game freeze. I also saw maybe 1 or 2 years ago there was like another SCP game launched. I think SCP is like an open IP or something. Like the intellectual property of SCP is like open. I don't know because I saw a game and it wasn't from the same company because isn't SCP like something on the internet basically? I don't know. I don't know. Okay, so going back to this, make the flying enemies spawn less often than humanoid enemies. So what I could have is a weight associated or a spawn weight associated to um each one of the enemies that I'm going to spawn. Getting cool. It's an open writing project. Yeah, you can go on there and just write a new SB from scratch. That's very cool. That's very cool. It's like made like openly. That's very nice. Okay, so I think that's gonna be the last task for today. What time is it? I'm already like 5 hours into the stream. I don't know if I'll be able to complete this because I probably have to do like I don't know how to handle the weights really or how I will handle the weights. So since you're here, what do you say? Because I have to do this anyway. Um, do you want to see, or do you want to see me how I struggle trying to come up with the spawning weights for the flying enemies so they spawn less often than any other enemy, and I do all of that here live, or you want to do something else with your time? You tell me. You tell me. Because I could code it here or go into that thing and spend a lot of time figuring it out. You'll have to do it anyways. We can entertain ourselves. So you say I stay streaming, or I leave. Okay, making the flying enemies spawn less often than humanoid enemies. That means I have to go into, well, the wave manager. Is the wave manager the only place that has this? No, I think it's on the enemies manager. So probably on the enemies manager makes more sense to have the weights associated with each enemy. Let's see. If I go to, let's open the on managers, the enemies manager. And it's like 4 a.m. for you, Mijo, right? 4 a.m. That's pretty late, or early, rather. Okay. So pool size per enemy. Actually, I think I shouldn't spawn that many enemies in the pool. There shouldn't be that many. Because I don't need them. If I would need them, I can just instantiate them. So the first change I'm going to make in here is I'm going to go to the enemies manager. Where is the enemies manager? Enemies manager. And here, the pool size per enemy, it's gonna start at 15. And even though, even that, I think it's a lot. Or, yeah, 10. I'll do 10. So, um, yeah, let's enter that script. Let's enter the script. I'm gonna close everything else. So I just need the wave manager and the enemies manager. And here I have enemy prefabs, and these are, well, enemies list. Let's see what's going on in here. Because I assign an enemy index, and yeah, okay. So I need to have, well, where are the game objects? Enemy prefabs. Where am I using this? Enemy prefabs. Initial spawn position. Okay. So I'm going to just have like the weights for this. So here, let's do a serialize field private, and it's gonna be what? I just need a floating number because I could have like a weight be, it doesn't necessarily have to be from 0 to 1. It could be more. It could be 2 or 3. but I know it's gonna be there are going to be decimals in here, so I'm going to use float. Okay, so I need an array of floats, and here is gonna be enemies, enemy spawn weights, and I would like to use tooltip here. Here, I should use this more often instead of just commenting what certain things do. I could use tooltip, and that thing will let me like do a comment that I can also read from the inspector. So enemy spawn weights is how often in the wave or really affects, or the higher this number is, the more enemies will be in the wave. The higher this number is, the more enemies will be in the wave. Okay. I don't think that's the best description ever. The higher this number is, the more enemies will be. Yeah, okay. I think I don't have any better way to describe this, so I'll leave this like this for now. Okay, so now let's assign the weights. Let's assign the weights for our 6 enemies. So, enemy spawn weights. Yeah, so we have 6 enemies. Enemies. Let's create 6 places here. So the enemy infected is gonna have a weight of probably 1, right? Like that's going to be, yeah, I think I'm gonna do 1 for each of the humanoid enemies, because there still won't be able to spawn in places where there's not snow. For example, if there's no snow, there won't be ice enemies, so it's okay. If there's no fire enemies, so it's okay. But when there is a fire place, a fire part of the map, there will be the same amount of normal enemies as there is of fire enemies. So Art is here, says Jojo. What's up, Art? Welcome to the stream. How is it going, dude? How are you? So let's see. Yeah, I'm gonna do a weight of 1 for those, and I guess I'll do a weight of 0.5 for the flying enemies. So it's basically the same. Here, the wizard comes right as Romans start to design a weight system. Good timing. Yeah, you came in clutch. Like I'm just doing something that I am going to suck at for a long time, and you just came. So you're in the perfect moment to judge. And Art, you say, well, other dev got Valheim and played it for like 16 hours. It's a very good game. I don't blame him. He was out of commission for like a day. Wow. It's very addictive, dude. Like I think we played like what the first day, like 5 hours or 6, and I'm not used to playing that much anymore. But we played a lot. Uh, okay. Um, let's go into the wave manager. The second session was crazy. It was like 8 hours. Yeah, at the when that ended, like I didn't want to touch the game for a while. Well, then the next day came and we played anyway. But yeah. Spare change, anyone? Well, I can give you some stars. I can drop some stars so you can gamble more. You need to jump though. You need to time your jumps to get them. Okay. So what do I want to change? I want to change basically how the subwaves work. Or oh, also, I should probably get a way to get this, right? So get spawn weight. It's gonna be public void. No, it's not a void because I need to get the float back. Public void or public float. Um, what's this? Is yeah, get spawn weight. And I need to specify what? I need to specify what is the uh, enemy index, basically. Yeah, that's it. What else do I need? I don't think I need anything else. And I guess I can do this in just one line using the lambda operator or the expression. And I'm gonna get the enemy weights, enemy spawn weights, and I just want to get the enemy index. So that. Okay. Now, since I can get that, I can use it. So I need to go to the generation of the subway where I assign the quantities of enemies that are going to spawn in a subway or well in a zone. So it should be somewhere here because all I do in generate wave, like a wave is 2 to 5. All I want to do is generate a subwave 2 to 5 times. That's all. Now, the generate subwave is where I want to control basically who is going to spawn there, what type of enemy, basically, and the quantity of that enemy. So, let's see. Mm, yeah, this is the thing. So here I equally distribute the quantities for all enemies in wave index. Mm, well, so the thing is, what I want to do is basically, well, I'm thinking of the formula of what I use. Or to say, I think you're making an error here. Where? Point me. It seems wrong. You're complicating it too much. Which part? Which part am I complicating? About the weights? Like using weights for spawning stuff? Um, Tell me. You only say there's no squiggly red line, no errors I can see. Say art. Remember, Unity has game objects and mono behavior and components. Yes. So I'm gonna give you a little bit more context on what I'm doing here. I'm doing spawn, like basically I want to do the spawn be affected by, well, let's say you have three types of enemies in a wave, So you want to assign quantities. For example, enemy 1 is going to appear 10 times, enemy 2 is going to appear 5, and enemy 3 is going to appear 2. You know, I want the number or the quantity to be dictated by an associated weight of that enemy. And I would say what you'd be happier with is having separate spawners manager their own spawning. What you want is something to broadcast spawning. So the manager only cares about the enemy count and the player location. Um, I could have separated the well, the way I'm handling this basically is I have I created two classes for like I have wave data and subwave data. And here I just change these things and I can read from those whatever I need, you know? So these are kind of like not specifically interconnected, but I would like to keep the same logic for generating subwave and the wave in here, you know? Each spawner works on a and can a mono behavior script do two behaviors? Depending on what you're saying with behaviors. Like you can have multiple classes, for example, doing different stuff and being interconnected just in one script. So, yeah, any behavior whatsoever. Well, you could do like a whole game in just one script, but would it be if ideal? I don't think so. But you could. You could. Each spawner works on its own definition, and when told to activate, it does its spawning. Yeah, no, like but I have that separated in like in pieces here where the spawner or the well, there's a function really. The function for spawning only cares about reading the value and spawning. Well, it's like basically have you spawned enough enemies? If you haven't spawned enough enemies, spawn them. Otherwise, don't. And that's basically basically it. To get complex thrown, yeah, do your thing is going to get complex thrown too much in the manager. It would be best to leave spawners handling spawning. Yeah, I could separate this. Like for example, there's no need for me to declare these other classes here or have interconnected stuff here, but like this is not going to get any more like larger. The script is stopping it here because that's the only functionality that the wave manager is going to hold. Like all I want the wave manager to do is like know what a wave is, know what a subwave is, be able to generate the subwaves, and the spawning could be handled in another script separate from this, but it so happens that I have it here. Just because there are some variables that are easier to keep here, even though it's a little bit more dirty, because I don't need to have this be one thing. Uh, and need you say so? Like I'm not sure, but if you do something else, you need to have that thing like a network behavior. Is it like the fishnet extension? Isn't like the fishnet extension? And hard to say. So, what is the end goal of using weights on the monsters that are spawned? I'm not using weights on the on the monsters themselves. I just have a weight associated to a type of monster. So when you're spawning in a wave, you can say, okay, I want for this wave 60 enemies. Okay, and there is an enemy that has a weight of 1, so it's going to spawn relative to the other enemies is going to have a weight of one. Yeah, it's gonna have a weight of one. There's gonna be another one that's gonna have a weight of 0.5. So relative to the other enemies, is going to is going to have a quantity of half of that. You know, that's what I want the weights for. So relative to each other, they are going to spawn less or more, but they don't really. It's just for knowing how much enemies you're going to spawn of each type, like just setting the quantities, nothing more, nothing related to like once you do that calculation one time, the spawning takes care of spawning whatever enemies. Wouldn't it be better to wait the spawning instead? No, it doesn't change. It's like a set thing. It's a set thing. It's like the chance of well, it's not the chance really. It's like, yeah, what I said before, relative to the other enemies, how many enemies will spawn of this type in this wave. And Mijo, you say, I don't know if it was something I ate, but I might have to sleep chat. Words are not wording. Well, I really enjoy your presence here in the chat, but it was good to have you here. Go sleep, rest well, Mijo. Always good to chat with you. So yeah, take care. Okay. Okay. So I need to figure out a way to do that actually, because I don't know what will I need to, or how will I need to calculate this. Here, just generate subwave, because the way I'm doing it now is just equally distributing quantities for enemies. So if I have to spawn like 60 enemies and there are 3 enemy types that are going to be able to spawn, I'm gonna assign 20, 20, and 20 because that's 60, you know. But if I wanted to, I don't know, spawn 2 types of enemies and I have one with a weight of 1 and another one with a weight of 0.5, and I have to spawn 30, then I would like the enemy 1 that has a weight of 1 to spawn 20 times, and the other one that's at 0.5 to spawn 10, you know, or something like that. And art, you say, why not set the spawn amount per wave of each enemy? Because the quota, like how many enemies you have to spawn, is going to change. I could set them the max, but it's going to change depending on how many uh, I need to spawn. That would that could be cool, like predetermining the things that are gonna spawn in a way. Yeah, like that way. Or that's already like in. I don't tell it anywhere, or I don't show it. I don't show it up anywhere. But as soon as I generate the subwaves, or as soon as you get out of the hub, all the waves are generated, and I know what's gonna be generated. Well, you can normalize the maximum is what I'm saying, which gets you the ratios. Um, okay, I don't know. I don't know. Let's try to do that. Quota sign. Yeah, because I don't know how I'm gonna make this. Um, okay, I'm gonna keep this for now, just to have a reference of what I was doing before. But basically, what I want to do, well, you were saying something about normalizing the maximum. And that one guy, you say, also off topic, but how do you make a player move? I swear, I tried for hours on Unity, but since the update, most of the text-based tutorials are outdated, and input stuff is complicated. Um, for I tried for 7 hours to do that, the new input system. Mm, well, if you, yeah, I think learning the new input system Like I use the old way, um, just because it's faster for prototyping. But I think it's fundamental to then learn. Well, it's not fundamental, but it's going to be very useful to learn the new input system. Learn that first. I would start with character controller. Yeah, I would start with character controller. Learn that because that takes care of a lot of stuff related to movement. And once you dominate that, move into rigid bodies or something else, or try some packages too. Okay, so I don't know what you how really I would do normalizing the maximum. I'm gonna ask the Almighty. I'm gonna ask the Almighty ChatGPT. Let's see. How would I go about making that? Let's say I have 60 enemies and three enemy types I want to spawn. Each of them have associated weights of how often they should spawn relative to the others. Weights. How do you write weights? Weights like this. How often they should spawn relative to the others. Let me. Oh, it's the H first. Okay. Relative to the others. Roll a random number in zero total weight. Uh, and that one guy you say I've never seen ChatGPT on stream before. Yeah, I use it sometimes. It's pretty helpful. For example, yeah, I have a lot of conversations for this game in particular, specifically about how to go about doing certain stuff more in the game design aspect, like just bouncing ideas out of it, or how would I go about doing something specific. What would be like the best implementation I could do about something, or what are the ups and downs of something. Or to say total max equal to 20 individual weight equals enemy max divided by 220. Spawn count equal the weight times um, m times 3. This distributes the total pool 3m based on each enemy's capacity. But I don't have an enemy max, like it's all based on the total maximum, you know. Because I could, like, I was thinking having the, yeah, it's just like about getting the ratios. Once I have the ratios, I can like just multiply the total by how much of, yeah, basically how much of the total enemies am I using of a certain type. Yeah, you do at runtime. Say that's normalization. You can turn into a helper. But the thing is, I generate the quantity of enemies before, you know. So it's just part of something that is like static data that I just generate one time. Because the first thing I thought is basically like multiplying the weights by, yeah, multiplying the weights by the total amount of enemies. But let's say I have like 0.5 is going to be like 50% of the enemies. Um, like they should add up to 100%, you know? Each spawner has a max. Just accumulate the maxes of the various spawners. Then you have a max. And that's what you use to normalize. Yeah, but like I'm not sure I get you because the like each spawner or each zone has its own data, you know, and it just it generates its um like there's no total in the wave, in the whole wave, like in the, because I have like 2 to 5 sub waves, right? But there's not like a total in all of the waves. And even though I could have it, like maybe I'm not getting something that you're trying to tell me here. Maybe I just don't get it. Something I'm missing from what you're telling me. And say right, and you need a manager or something that knows which manager is active or not. That's why I'm saying you are making a mistake. But like the only thing that I need to get here is like the ratios of how many enemies. Because if I have the ratios, I can just multiply the ratios. Um, that should add up to 100. Um, I can multiply those with the total quota or the total enemies of that subway. So maybe maybe I'm missing something. Maybe I'm missing something. Okay, so I'm thinking about how to go about this because I just need a formula that gives me the ratios. That's it. So you can never bake in ratios to 100%. That's why we normalize, unless you know the future. Fair, yeah. But for example, in here, like it's not a big deal. If you don't know exactly the or at least in this context, it's not a big deal that the numbers don't add up exactly to 100. Like it's ideal if it does add to 100. But for example, if in here, for example, this is an example that I had before. I could I had 4 enemies, for example, and I want to spawn 21. If I divide 21 by 4, I'm gonna get 5, like 5 total. Like I'm gonna get a remainder. That's what I'm saying, because it's gonna give me like 5.25, right? So I only going to pass 5 to each enemy of the amount of enemies that can spawn, and there's gonna be like a remaining one. It's not a big problem if I just have it like a variable that tells me what the remainder of that is, if there's a couple of the enemies that are still not spawned, I could do the like I could run it again one more time to try and get rid of those enemies that are stuck in like the like being floating values, or I could just assign to whatever type of enemy has the highest weight. It wouldn't matter. Eventually, it should average out. Yeah, if I repeat it, just make spawn rates values on each enemy. Then so every two of A, there should be one of enemy B. Oh, that. Oh no, no, that would be that would be not that wouldn't be the best thing ever. I think that wouldn't be the wisest thing I've ever done. And Tali is here, says, "Hey Roman, how are you? What's up, Tali? Welcome to the stream. I'm pretty good myself. How are you? I hope you had a very good New Year celebration. And yeah, tell me, how are you? Yeah, that would be very bold. Okay, so now, um, yeah, I'm gonna ask the Almighty because I think I didn't explain myself correctly to the Almighty. Let me just first read what it told me. Yeah, I have a weight. This weighted enemies spawn count. Call this to spawn everything. You decide positions. Spawn all. Yeah, I don't care about this. I just care about the weights and calculating the weight. Total weight plus equal math f max. You at least one enemy a positive weight. For int s equals 0, s spawn count s plus plus. Yeah, I don't want to do the implementation ChatGPT is giving me sucks. Yeah, it sucks. Yeah, over many spawns you will average to 70, 20, 10. Nah, nah, I'm not doing this. Dude, ChatGPT actually came out with something worse than I was trying to do. That's the first. And tell you say, I'm alright. I didn't have a New Year celebration though. Anyway, what are you doing right now? Um, well, I'm glad you're alright. I'm doing well. I want basically to have the flying enemies spawn less often than the normal enemies. But the thing is, I could just do. I could hard code it to whenever I have a flying enemy is going to spawn like half of the time that another enemy does. The problem with that is that if I have more enemy types, let's say I have a humanoid enemy, I have a flying enemy, I have a boss enemy, I have a blah 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 enemy, I have A B C D enemies. I want to have like a wait for them to spawn and yeah. Tali say, guys, ChatGPT, it's 2026. At least use one of the AIs that is good at code. Yeah, I'm alright with ChatGPT. Say, didn't you have a weight system for turret or turret per hands for the bullet types? It wasn't actually like a weight system. It's like basically hard coded, mostly hard coded. Yeah, seems similar, but it's like subtracting from the like the base the base. Oh, and Annie is here too. Says, hi Roman, how are you? What's up, Annie? Welcome to the stream. I'm very good myself. How are you? Yeah, the way the other game works It's basically like I have 100% um for the normal projectile, and then the other ones are like could be a value from 0 to 25%, I think, and I'm just subtracting that to the whole 100. Yeah, it's similar, but it doesn't work in this case. It doesn't work with a lot of variety in. Yeah, it's not hard coded. Okay, so yeah, how do I get the radius? Let me. How would I go about having like just weights associated so I can calculate the ratios? Let's say I want to spawn 100 enemies and I have three enemies, one with weight, I don't know, one, and there is an enemy with weight of 0.5 and the other one has like weight of 0.25. So I get like relatively, uh, like I just get the ratios, so they are adding up to 100%. So I can just multiply the total of the enemies that needs to be spawned by whatever ratio I got. Yeah, I need to talk to the Almighty this time. Because if I don't talk to the Almighty now, I'm just gonna be like probably a couple of hours trying to do this. And I mean, you say I'm fine, just a little bored, but that's okay. Um, how has everything been going? What did you do? Did you do anything for New Year's? Did you celebrate or something? And how you say make a serialized variable with a float and make it roll a random number out of 100 or something. And if it's less or equal, spawn the enemy. That should work, right? Um, that would work for, yeah. If you want to have that happening, yeah. That in that sense, it would work. Like the weight would make that there's like a chance of that enemy spawning. But what I want to do is the weight should determine like specifically how much of the percentage should that enemy take, like how much of the whole thing should that enemy. Let me rephrase this. The weight is relative to the other enemies. How much does it show up in a percentage? And Annie, you say, yeah, but I was so tired at 1 a.m. I was almost sleeping in my mother-in-law couch. I think you're not the only one that got their sleep schedule absolutely crushed. I was sleeping like at 4, 6 a.m. Uh, pretty hard to regulate the sleep around this time of the year. Well, the time that just passed. Okay, so let's see what the Almighty has to say. This is ratio-based spawning, not a random sampling. You want to derive exact counts from weights, normalize them. Yeah, that's what Art was talking about. I just don't know how to go about it. And then distribute the remainder cleanly. Yeah, that's what I was saying too. Let's go step by step and keep it precise and deterministic. Compute the sum of the weights. Okay, okay, that's nice. That's nice. So adding everything up. Now normalize each one. So a ratio is gonna be one divided. Okay, that was as yeah, that was very simple. They add up to 100. That's it. Now convert ratios into counts. For 100 enemies, multiply by total spawn count. That was way simpler than I thought. I think I could have gotten to do this like in an hour or two, not as quickly because I've never done this before. You cannot spawn fractions, so yeah, I have to average. That's what I was talking about. If it's not that big of a deal if it doesn't sum up to 100. I just need to know what's the remainder and add it to whatever I want. And you say it's still messed up. I'm waking up at noon. I'm making my dinner, and it's 7 p.m. right now. Yeah, I hope it doesn't take you that long to get back in on track with your schedule. But yeah, it happens. It happens around these times. And need to say, let's say normal has 100 weight, flying has like 20. What if you add them up and roll random from one sum of weights? I could do that with a 4, but it wouldn't. I don't think it would give me exactly the the exact ratio, because it would have some kind of randomization, because you're still making you're still using random numbers. The only thing I'm using random here is the total. But yeah, this is it. So here, let's do the sum first. So here, I know what enemies I want to spawn because I have them here in the subwave data, enemies in wave index, so I can check. Here, let's do a 4 and here int I equals 0. No, I'm gonna use E because I already used I before. E is less than what? I need to get the subwave data, enemies in wave index, and I get the count of this. So however many enemy types I have here, I'm gonna do this. So E plus plus. Now, where do I want to store this? I need a float. Here, float. And what's that float? That float is um like total of the weights. A weight total, and it's gonna start at 0. So for every one of these guys, I'm gonna basically do this. I'm gonna do weight total plus equals, and I have to get the enemies manager instance. Um, I mean that's the point, for sure. Yeah, I always want to keep the. Yeah, you're talking about. I don't want randomization. I don't want that much randomization, so I have more control over how many enemies will spawn. The only thing that is going to be randomized in the spawning is up with in a very unlikely case, there could be 100 enemies of the same type, even though the weights are different. And let me read you, Tali. You say, I'm going to start focusing on my game dev channel again, and I'm going to start by making a game in an hour. That's a hard challenge. That's a very hard challenge. I don't think I could do something like that. I take way too much time making games. The fastest I could do something was, well, it was technically 3 days, but because I was working with other people. Um, but the fastest that I could have like a very complete game was like 2 weeks. But it's always good to set up challenges for you. I love when Roman just freezes while explaining something. That I'm just thinking. I'm just thinking about what make, because I don't want to just add filler to whatever I'm saying. I'm trying hard now to not say and ums. I'm just trying to not add filler. So I have to think. I prefer just freezing rather than filling with whatever crap. Say Nick, I've just not been working on my game. I wanted to finish it until the end of the year, but kind of lost motivation. I don't want to push it, or I'm gonna wait another 5 months. Oh, it's all right. It's all right. Well, you could struggle with the problems in your games while I struggle with the problems in this one. It's always good to know what the other people in the server are making or doing in their own like their own projects. I don't have I don't have water. Let me get some water. It's already 5 hours and 30 minutes in this stream, but I'm gonna be right back, and I hopefully I'm gonna be able to finish this before 6 hours. Be right back. Okay, I'm here. Um, that's cool for the first time this year. Tomorrow, wish me luck. So they don't give you like here in Kilo works different. At least for yeah for all students, I think they give you like the summer break now. I don't know how it works like in your country, but here, even university students they give them like a month of a break, like the whole month of January at least. It's pretty common. But well, good luck for your first day of school tomorrow. Timothy likes the buffers. Okay, here. Yeah, I want to add that to the weight. So what do I want to get from here? I want to get well, I just did a function here. It's just get weight, get spawn weight, and I want to get the index of this. So it's gonna be subwave data, data dot enemies in wave index, and I want to get um yeah, I want to get that here. So I'm gonna use the index that and the index is E. So that's what I'm using to iterate. Now that will give me the total. In the example that ChatGPT gave me, it added up to 1.75, right? So now what's the other step? And you see that even though like that's what I use at least me, that's what I use ChatGPT for. It's not like to give me code because I found for me it sucks for that, but like give you examples on how to go about stuff so you can add it to your own thing, you know? So yeah, computing the sum of the weights is just adding the stuff up. Then normalizing each one is dividing it by the total. So I will need uh Yeah, these are the quantities. Enemies in wave quantities. So these are the quantities. I'm gonna do, well, four. I need to filter for what now? Int. How will I call this? Quant index equals 0, or I'm just gonna use x. Okay, x is less than what? Basically for every enemies in wave index, right? Um, Let me read you. My internet being back. We get that in August. In December, it's 2 weeks. Okay, okay. Let's see. Oh, you have those in fall? In German, they have like fall, summer, and winter breaks. While in Poland, it's just winter and summer. Yeah, we just have winter and summer here too. So confusing to me. Well, it's like you get from December to sometimes February. There's like a break. Then you get another one around September. Like there is like 2 weeks that they sometimes, yeah, there's 2 weeks that they give you around July too. But September is more of a break because of the Independence Day of Chile. It's 18th of September, so they give sometimes the whole week depending on the institution. And for no reason, I couldn't wrap my head around that. Silly me. In England, we have 7 weeks of school, 1 week off, 6 weeks of school, 2 weeks off, 6 weeks of school, 1 week off, 6 weeks of school, then a month off. That's not that bad. I don't think that's that bad because you don't go like more than 2 months without a break. Also, fall is called autumn in England, by the way. We have 2 months in the summer, 1.5 weeks for Christmas, and 2 weeks for winter. Yeah, random days are sprinkled in pretty much here too. Okay. So what do I want to do? I want to, yeah, let's see. What would this equate to, or what would be the equivalent of this in or code? Probably the quantities, just that, the quantities. So I'm not going to even get the ratios. I don't need to store the ratios. I just need to get them once and assign that to uh yeah, I'm gonna do here ratio equal, no, it's a float ratio. That's something I'm going to use. Probably gonna put it here equals 0. Then here x, what do I want to filter through? Is the enemies and wave index? Yeah. So it's the same thing. Subwave data enemies in wave index that count x plus plus. Now, there are two words. I don't know if there are two words. I will use two of them randomly. Random days are called inset days. Here we had one today, in fact. Pretty sure. Here they are called feriados. I'm sure pretty sure tomorrow would be one for us. It's a Christian something day. I don't really care what it is. I know that shops are closed. That's not nice. Okay, so now I want to calculate the ratio. So the ratio is going to be, let's see how it was this thing. So the ratio is pretty much just, well, I don't need to multiply this by 100. That's just for converting. I'll need to multiply them later. Or no, I don't think I'll even need to multiply them. Yeah, so this is the normalization part. So it's just dividing the current thing, the current weight by the total weight. So ratio equals subwave data dot enemies in wave index x, and really this is enemies manager dot instance dot get spawn weight. So it's that. This is the weight of the current index, or sorry, of the current type. And I need to divide that by the maximum, or the weight total that we just calculated. Weight total. So that's going to give me the ratio. Now, this is going to give me a value from 0 to 1. And I need to get the number of enemies from that. So I'm going to say in here, I'll grab the subwave data, or well, I actually going to remove this, and here I'll do, well, subwave data is gonna be, I need to access the enemies in wave quantities. I will access index x, and this is not going to equal ratio, but it's going to equal ratio multiplied, or sorry, I prefer putting this before. It's the total enemies that are going to appear, so quota. It's the subwave data. Do I have the quota here? More accessible? No. Subwave data, enemy quota. That's it. Subwave data, enemy quota. And this is going to be multiplied by ratio. This is going to give me a floating point value. So I'm going to cast this as an int. And in here, I'm going to get like the same calculation I did here. I'm going to add to the quota assigned, and it equals this thing. So no, not doesn't equal, but it's, I'm just going to add to that thing. Here, ratio. Okay, so now since we did that, we're gonna have the enemies assigned, and it's not exactly, well, it's actually nothing like this example here, but we're gonna get a remainder. Look at the decimal remainders. Give the leftover to the largest remainder. Let me read you. So tips are all that matter. Back. If we're flexing language knowledge, most people just say, I don't know how to pronounce that. And I just say Europeans flexing their third grade understanding of 30 different language. I was not flexing my Spanish. It's just like feriado. It's the equivalent of what you were saying. Because I only said it because I don't know how you call inset days other way, because I think there is another way to. Let me just search it up. Feriado. What's feriado? Feriado. Yes. Holiday, but that's not it really, because we have like plenty of like the day of something, and it's feriado, but I wouldn't call it a holiday. The VR game I made videos on added flying mounts, so now I can finally use the flying mounts diving ability to find and talk to random 3 year olds who have a VR for some whatever reason. Say, in don't understand. What does a flying driving mount has to do with anything with fossil? Um, Tally say, all right, I need sleep. Good night. Good night, Tally. See you next time. Bye bye. Good luck tomorrow. Okay, so now that we have this, it's just a matter of the like assigning the remainder, and well, the remainder is not nothing more than int remainder is equal to the subwave data dot quota, enemy quota, minus the quota assigned. If the remainder is more than 0, I'm going to well, the remainder shouldn't be. Well, I'm just gonna get the remainder to whoever is first on the list, I guess. Mm. Because I could like just sort it. I could sort it um equally for everyone, but I don't like equality. So so I'm just gonna give everything to the first one. Let's do debug that log. I want to see what the remainder is. Remainder. Um, remainder here, and I'll just do this remainder. Yeah, I should be able to read what that is. Now I'm just going to grab the subwave data, enemies in wave quantities, and I'm just gonna grab this first index, and I'm gonna do plus equals the remainder, whatever that remainder is. And let me put a message here. There could this could be changed for something that takes weight into consideration. Okay, let's try this out. And I'm almost like 6 hours in. Let's see if this works. If it doesn't work, I'm gonna end it here anyway. I hope it just works. But I want to see what the numbers are. I want to see what the numbers are, so I'm gonna debug them. Because otherwise, I'm just going to be taking guesses. Um, yeah, here. Debug that log. Oh, Art, since you're here, that thing with the normalization, dude, I was never going to understand what you were saying there. I had to look it up um, here on here. Yeah. So basically, when I asked the Almighty, I needed to normalize them. That's what you were telling me, and my brain didn't think normalization was just like getting the maximum, uh, like just getting the total weight, like just adding the weights up and dividing the weight of one type by the maximum. I just uh didn't think that was it. Like I assumed it was something else. So yeah, but you were 100% right. And yeah, about this other thing with the remainder. Okay, what am I going to debug? Yeah, I know you said it. I know you said it, and I didn't say you were wrong or anything. I just said I'm missing something because I didn't really know what normalizing meant in this context. And then you say, by the way, knowing English to a level I know right now is usually literally a flex. Like it's embarrassing how few people actually speak proper usable English. It's kind of sad. In here, well, we have English classes here, but it's not to the level of European countries. Like most European countries, like speak other languages. Yeah, not natively, of course. Well, not always, but it's good enough that people can visit and they can like be there and speak with the natives. And hard to say, I feel you. This trajectory you're going is really a complicated path, and it's been 6 hours, you said. So the combination is probably using your brain juices up. Yeah, I'm probably like normally I do like 4 hours. I dragged it a little bit too much. Okay, let's do the debug log so I can let my brain rest. Okay, here. What do I want to say? I want to get the this basically. I want to get this added for. I'm gonna do the index here. It's the x quantity. I'll use this. That's it. Let's see what those values are. Okay, I need to get out of here first to get argument out of range exception. Very good. Console. Let's see where. Stop wave data, enemies in wave quantities. Yeah, my brain is pretty fried. I'm not going to figure this out. I know we are on the correct path. Just I'm not ready to deal with this now. It's been 6 hours plus some like 2 or 3 I did in the morning, so I'm gonna leave it here. And need to say we have that too. And most people get very high grades, but that's because they're going over the basics. Holes that don't know how to pronounce English words teach English. The same thing happens here. Nick, you should have joined us for Valheim, man. Yeah, we were playing Valheim. We were playing Valheim well yesterday, and like we played like 3 days, right? Yeah, you should have joined, but did we tell you? I don't know. Yeah, I know. Well, we have to play, Nick. Do you have Valheim? Do you have Valheim? Well, let's just wrap it up here. I'm going to leave and I'm going to continue this tomorrow, where when my head and my brain is a little bit more fresh. So, as always, a pleasure being here. Had a lot of fun yapping. Um, and that's it for today. Thank you for joining. Bye bye. Yeah, I don't know if two times a month, but maybe one, or we'll figure it out when we have time. Let's talk. Let's see when we can play together. Bye bye.